She had always wondered why the other reborn individual, or individuals, hadn't come up with this invention. Spatial devices could be a massive moneymaker. Basically, anyone with even a little bit of power would buy one. Carrying things around by hand was just too inconvenient. Anything slightly large or heavy was difficult to transport. When hunting for supplies, the most painful part wasn't failing to find anything, but finding a mountain of gold and silver and being unable to bring it back. After all, not everyone could find a spatial ability user to haul their goods. Sometimes, even a spatial device of 1 or 2 cubic meters could solve a lot of problems. The fact that spatial devices had yet to appear made Bian Changxi suspect 2 possibilities. First, the technical difficulty was immense. It involved the development of a second dimension, a truly epoch-making invention. In her past life, spatial devices had also appeared relatively late. The second reason was that, when spatial devices first came out, the value of spatial ability users plummeted overnight. This didn't affect those with skills like spatial blades, teleportation, or spatial folding. But for those who could only store items, it was a devastating blow. They had made many people jealous during their glory days, so when they fell from grace, retaliation and attacks were common. There was a rather bloody saying that every morning, you could find the corpse of a spatial ability user in some remote alley, or discover a famous one who had been left exposed in the wilderness for days. So Bian Changxi had a malicious guess. Perhaps the reborn person was a spatial ability user themselves, or had a group of them under their command. Naturally, they wouldn't create a spatial device to compete in the market until their own value had been fully maximized. Whatever the reason, she believed that independently developing spatial devices was essential. Even if their product hit the market later than others, the others were selling a product, not the technology. Only by being able to develop it themselves could they avoid being led by the nose. The same logic applied to communication devices. Compared to these, things like the energy-storing gloves and the spatial detector seemed insignificant. If you're going to do something, do it big. Bian Changxi told herself that with the right direction and enough effort, it was entirely possible for a latecomer to surpass the competition. Bian Changxi rummaged through her bracelet's warehouse and took out a vegetable seed. She placed it into the mutton-fat jade sphere, the spatial device, and then took it out again. After repeating this 5 times, the jade sphere shattered with a pop. She blinked, coughed lightly, and seemed a bit embarrassed. She placed the fragments on the table. Jiang Zhireichuan and the other 3, including Lin Rongrong, were both shocked and overjoyed. Lin Rongrong immediately said, "Changxi, how did you do that? When I use these prototypes, they can't even withstand a single infusion of my ability. You can't even think about taking out anything you put in." Bian Changxi was taken aback. "You're saying you can't use them?" The others all nodded. She thought for a moment, then said quizzically, "Don't you just concentrate your mind and feel your mind?" Jiang Zhireichuan raised his voice, losing his composure. "You use your mind to feel it, not your ability." Bian Changxi shook her head. He lowered his head in thought for a moment, then picked up the square ore and focused on it. He then said, his excitement hard to conceal, "I can feel it. There's a space inside. There's definitely an irregular cavity." He passed the object to the others. "Don't use your abilities. Use your normal senses, like feeling which way the wind is blowing." Bian Changxi watched, stunned. She saw them try it one by one. Some couldn't get the hang of it, while others became as excited as Jiang Zhireichuan. Jiang Zhireichuan said to her, "We were thinking about it all wrong. We thought that only ability users had spaces, so we subconsciously assumed that these spatial devices could only be opened and used with an ability as the key." After Rongrong carves out the space, the internal structure of this small object becomes extremely fragile and unstable. Infusing it with more ability energy just causes it to shatter. But a person's mind is different. It doesn't have the same destructive power as an ability. The female researcher also smiled and said, "That's right. If the invention could only be used by ability users, the market would be very small. Why didn't we think of it from that angle?" The man who had been doing the cutting followed up calmly. "If that's the case, the material requirements will be much lower. Objectively speaking, the stability of the spatial device itself will be greatly improved. Take an axe, for example. The same axe will last much longer if you use it to chop wood than if you use it to chop stone." The analogy wasn't perfect, but the principle was the same. The man taking notes was still frowning, trying to sense the space in the ore, unable to tell if he was feeling it with his ability or something else. Seeing that everyone else had spoken, he quickly stammered, "Although I haven't felt anything yet, I agree with your opinions." Bian Changxi found it a little amusing. Judging by their name tags, the woman was named Du Ryuachin, and the man doing the cutting was Zhang Min. Both were said to be professionals. The one taking notes was Meng Xiaobei. His name and demeanor seemed a step below the others, and in fact, his professional skills were also lacking. However, his strengths were his diligence, excellent memory, and the fact that he was a speed-type ability user. His speed was interesting. Unlike others whose speed was in their legs, his was in his fingers. He could take notes at a divine speed and was exceptionally fast at his work. For example, when assembling mechanical parts, he was 3 to 4 times faster than a normal person and extremely precise, making him a hands-on talent. Of the 5 people here, besides Lin Rongrong, he was the only other ability user. Jiang Zhireichuan summarized, "It seems we need to change our approach." The group discussed it for a while. Bian Changxi didn't really understand, and neither did Lin Rongrong. Meng Xiaobei, it was hard to say how much he understood, but his pen was moving non-stop. Bian Changxi walked around the lab on her own. She noticed very little of the mutton-fat jade on the tables, but there were plenty of other miscellaneous materials. When their discussion ended, she asked, "It seems like there's very little of that mutton-fat jade." Jiang Zhireichuan gave a wry smile. That type of jade seemed to be extremely valuable even before the apocalypse. No one would have carried jade with them while fleeing. We only managed to get these few pieces after a long search. In a glass display case were 2 rings and a jade pendant made of similar material. It was truly a pitifully small amount. However, we found some of this red ore in the ground about 10 miles north of the base. We've already sent people to mine it, and we have over 1,000 pounds in stock now. Once production truly began, they wouldn't need a huge amount of material. The research and development phase, however, consumed vast quantities. 1,000 pounds was likely far from enough. Bian Changxi made a mental note of it and left after standing there for a short while. When she opened the door, Gu Shu was already standing outside. She was surprised. "Why didn't you come in?" Gu Shu shook his head. "How did it go?" "It's okay, but we're short on materials." Seeing her thoughtful expression, Gu Shu knew she was already calculating where she could get the necessary supplies. She was the type of person who either didn't do something at all or gave it her all. Just then, Lwo Jiuqing burst out of his lab in a flurry, shouting for his assistant to bring him something. His voice echoed throughout the entire floor. Bian Changxi's train of thought was interrupted. Noticing the annoyed expressions on the faces of those around them, she shook her head and said, "I wouldn't be surprised if Lwo Jiuqing ends up dead in his lab one day. Someone will probably get fed up and kill him to vent their anger." She had never seen such a brainless person. Even on a relatively simple school campus, there were cases of students killing their roommates over a heated argument. Not to mention now, in the apocalypse, when everyone's mentality had changed. Lwo Jiuqing was practically asking for death. After she said it, she belatedly recalled that in her past life, Lwo Jiuqing had indeed died that way, though it was a few years later. She felt a little embarrassed. Gu Shu thought for a moment, then called Gu Pei over. "Make a note of any staff members with bad tempers or personalities. When you have time, arrange some classes for them to help them polish their attitudes. The two of them left afterward. Bian Changxi lamented, "It's strange that even a small workshop has such annoying problems. There aren't even any tangible, enticing benefits at stake." Gu Shu said, "There's also a big management problem. If they weren't given these loopholes to exploit, this incident might not have happened. There also needs to be a reasonable system for rewards and promotions. Isn't Hu Zhenyuan worried about always being subordinate to others?" And that old scholar, if you hadn't come and brought up the topic, he might not have stepped forward even if he saw the problem. She thought for a moment. Hiring also needs to be transparent and fair. The conflict today was ultimately caused by me. As for Liu Xiangjai, just be impartial. Don't go easy on her. But speaking of which, Hu Zhenyuan's suggestion wasn't bad, making a security door or something. She turned and pointed at the workshop's main door. To prevent theft. The doors at those research institutes are all so high-tech. Gu Shu glanced at her, a thoughtful expression on his face. "You think it's necessary?" Seeing he was taking it seriously, Bian Changxi quickly waved her hands. "What's the point? We're leaving in a year. Wouldn't building it be a waste?" Gu Shu's footsteps faltered. "In a year?" Bian Changxi's face stiffened. "I let it slip. Serves you right for being smug." Just as she was about to smooth things over, Gu Shu's expression became distant and inscrutable. "Qiao Yun told you, didn't he? He just can't keep his mouth shut." Bian Changxi blinked. What had Qiao Yun said? He talked about everything under the sun, but could he have also said that Sioux City would collapse at the end of the first year of the apocalypse? Though that was her thought, she said ambiguously, "You can't blame him for it." In her heart, she spent 1 second mourning for Qiao Yun, 1 second apologizing to him, and 1 second feeling confused and curious. What she had said, and what Gu Shu was about to say seemed to be two different things. Gu Shu looked at her, a light flashing in his eyes as if something had lit up, or as if he had made a decision. He turned to go downstairs. "Come with me." Bian Changxi became serious as well and quickly followed. Only then did she realize this building had a second basement level. In the vast, dim space, voices echoed slightly, and every breath was clearly audible, creating an oppressive feeling. Gu Shu turned on the overhead lights. Under the faint glow, he led her to a tightly shut door, took out a magnetic card, and opened it. The door made a soft sound and then retracted into the wall. When Bian Changxi saw what was inside, her eyes widened. She looked at Gu Shu, then back inside, her expression a mixture of astonishment, shock, and a hint of guilt. Behind the door was a massive warehouse, currently filled with military-grade weapons. Crates were stacked high, with only the outermost ones open, revealing guns and ammunition nestled in straw, along with packs of explosives. The sight was familiar. She had found similar items under the 4S dealership in Jiang City's new district. Even the packaging was identical. Gu Shu seemed not to notice her expression. He walked slowly inside, saying, "I received some intelligence from a kind person. On the way from Jiang City, I followed a map with detailed instructions and quietly took out several smuggled arms caches, obtaining all this." He picked up a submachine gun, its model almost identical to the one Bian Changxi had used in the woods. She subconsciously pinched the bridge of her nose. Could that kind person be her? Gu Shu found her reaction amusing, but his eyes quickly turned deep and unreadable. "In a year, no, in half a year, perhaps within 5 months, I must return to the capital. The journey will undoubtedly be fraught with danger. These are my third, most important lifeline." Bian Changxi was stunned. Return to the capital. Voluntarily. Not being chased there by zombies. She calculated the time. It was now early September, the 4th month of the apocalypse. According to the timeline of her past life, this place would fall in another 8 months. That meant Gu Shu planned to leave 2 or 3 months before that. The news was so sudden it caught her by surprise. "Yes." Gu Shu nodded, his face obscured by shadows, his voice calm and steady. My old superior is in the capital. He once gave an order. If I couldn't return before the apocalypse, I was to go back 1 year after it began. Bian Changxi covered her mouth. He knew the apocalypse was coming. Could he be another reborn person? Was this world really that chaotic? But why return after 1 year? Gu Shu was also very puzzled by this, his brow furrowed. I'm not sure, but at the time, he must have anticipated that something unusual was about to happen. His old superior had been extremely agitated then. He was a man who had weathered countless storms in his life, who could remain unfazed even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Gu Shu couldn't imagine what could have made him lose his composure. Bian Changxi looked at the warehouse full of weapons and voiced her concern. Forgive me for being blunt, but in 5 or 6 months, these things might be far less effective. You know that the zombies and monsters are evolving. Gu Shu snapped out of his thoughts and scanned the room, his gaze calm and rational. I know. I didn't think too much about it at the time, but now I have to adapt. I plan to trade most of this away, keep the most powerful weapons, and modify some of the rest. Bian Changxi nodded, thinking that was a good plan. But she was still confused. Why did you bring me here? This building will soon be inspected by the base. It's no longer safe to keep these things here, but moving such a large quantity will be troublesome. She understood immediately. This was the real reason he had brought her here. She didn't really mind. So you want to temporarily store them in my space. As long as you trust me, I have no problem with it. After she stated her position, she noticed he didn't respond. She looked at him strangely. Gu Shu was turned sideways, his figure exuding an unusual silence. After a moment, he said in a low, slow voice, "This might be a bit abrupt, but I actually wanted to ask if you would be willing to come with us." By the time they left the office building, the sun was high in the sky, and it was time for lunch. However, the temperature today was clearly much lower than usual. Normally, at this time, the ground would feel like it was being roasted, and people couldn't walk under the sun. In the distance, several new buildings were under construction. Workers sat in the shade, eating from large pots of food made by the handicraft factory and chatting. The weather's finally cooling down. Not bad, not bad. What's not bad about it? It was scorching hot yesterday, and the temperature dropped this much in 1 day. I think the weather's about to change again. Let it change. We don't have a say in what the heavens do. We just have to wait and see. The foreman walked over. Hurry up and eat. Let's get more done while it's cool. The more progress we make, the more you get paid. The men all cheered and quickly shoveled down their food. Bian Changxi withdrew her gaze and saw 2 people anxiously peering into the building. When they saw her and Gu Shu come out, they ran over, looking both excited and uneasy. Team leader Gu, we're in charge of the meteorology department. We have a situation to report. Do you have a moment? Gu Shu had many departments under him, basically a complete system mirroring the one from before the apocalypse. These departments had to submit daily reports on important matters. The reports were first sent to Gu Shu's direct team, reviewed and approved through multiple layers, and only the necessary ones reached his hands. Qiu Feng also supervised the entire process, somewhat like the memorial system in ancient times. This showed just how strictly Gu Shu managed his subordinates, a point many used to attack him for being too power-hungry. But it was also this system that provided a clear channel for reporting and seeking help when a department encountered a problem it couldn't solve on its own. The fact that the meteorology department staff were waiting here instead of going through the formal reporting process could only mean the situation was extremely severe. Connecting this with the change in weather, Bian Changxi could roughly guess what they were going to say. She said to Gu Shu, "You go ahead. I'll go back by myself. I'll have a car take you. The villa wasn't close. Am I short on cars?" Bian Changxi waved her hand coolly and walked into the faint sunlight. All right, she admitted it. For the moment, she didn't quite know how to face Gushu. She had always told herself that a certain situation was impossible, but it was better not to think about it. Gushu had so much to do and was so self-controlled and stern. How could he be thinking about such things? It must be because she, the great doctor and massive warehouse, was too formidable. Traveling with her would bring great benefits, which was why he invited her to join him. Sigh, it really was a burden to be too outstanding. Bian Changxi muttered to herself, trying to hypnotize herself. The consequence of this self-hypnosis was that she didn't even hear the footsteps running up behind her until a hand slapped her shoulder. What are you thinking about? You're completely spaced out. She turned around and saw Lin Rongrong. What are you doing out? Are you off work? I don't have anything to do this afternoon, so I slipped out. Lin Rongrong carried a small bag and had her hair in a playful bun. She was full of energy and enthusiasm. She twisted her shoulders and said with frustration, I have to infuse my ability into those stones every day, and only 1 out of 3 successfully creates a tiny, tiny space. Do you think it's because my ability is too weak, my method is wrong, or what? I just feel so defeated. Isn't that how research always is? How many times did Edison fail before he invented the light bulb? Bian Changxi said. It was the light bulb, right? I'm not Edison. I can't even compare to one of Jiang Zhireichuan's fingers. It's just. She took a deep breath and let it out. Forget it. I should be content. I have enough to eat and drink, what's there to complain about? By the way, Shasha was talking about you a couple of days ago. She said you never visit her, and we can't go to your place. Oh, what's your villa like? Is it super luxurious? I heard you have electricity 24/7. Do you have running water? How do you guys divide the rooms? Bian Changxi felt a headache coming on. The topic jumped around too much. She said, I'm not in the mood today, and I have to get back to do something. What is it? Farming. Bian Changxi walked a few steps, then turned back. She stood there for a moment in concentration, then pulled a burlap sack out of her bracelet. Some fresh vegetables just picked. But the fruit at the bottom is from the freezer. You and Shasha can split it. If you don't have a freezer, you should eat it quickly. Lin Rongrong peeked inside. Oh my God, there are eggs too. Are they fresh? And a carton of milk. This stuff is so expensive now, and you can't even find it. She said worriedly, you're giving me so much. Won't team leader go? Have a problem with it? Bian Changxi smiled. This was why she continued to be friends with Lin Rongrong. She was very considerate of others, with a kind and thoughtful heart. Put it away before someone sees it and causes trouble for you, she said. Gu Shu and the others don't care about these things of mine. I can squander them as I please. I know my limits. Lin Rongrong happily stored it in her own space. If you went into business, you'd definitely make a fortune. Hey, I heard you went to some wholesale market yesterday. Some people are whispering that your pockets are full again. You should be careful. Bian Changxi was unconcerned. People can say what they want. Let them talk. But to avoid trouble, you should keep this bag. Tell Shasha to take things out a little at a time. Her family members aren't very nice either. She then gave her a lot of nutritious, ready-to-eat food. It was true, her pockets were full, so she was generous. These things were disposable to her, but for Lin Rongrong and Chen Yisha, they were a great fortune. Since they were friends, it didn't make sense for her to eat and drink well while her friends had to count every penny. When she returned to the villa, the usual people were either there or not. After eating the lunch Auntie Zhao had saved for her, she moved a small stool to the edge of the vegetable patch. Against the wall, a small patch of watermelons was planted. With her catalysis, they had already sprouted tender green seedlings. She gently stroked the small seedlings, watching them grow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her heart slowly calmed. Her ability flowed through her body, and gradually, her physical form also grew peaceful and calm. All distracting thoughts were eliminated, and she entered an optimal state. She sat down on the stool, her hands leaving the watermelon vines and the soil, resting lightly on her knees. Her left fingers were slightly pinched as she stared at the vines, beginning to concentrate her mental energy. It was as if there was a large, invisible hand in the air, and she was its master. She imagined herself using that hand to move the watermelon vines. Controlling objects from a distance was difficult for any ability user. Bian Changxi tried for a long time and found that she couldn't do it either. This wasn't the right way to practice control. She placed both hands on the ground, channeling her ability into the soil, letting it seep into the distance and enter the watermelon vines. It then traveled along their meridians to their tips, pushing upward with effort. Suddenly, the tip of a previously still watermelon vine trembled. Bian Changxi's fingers trembled as well, a mix of delight and surprise. She stared at the tiny, slender watermelon vine. Following the feeling from before, she pushed again, and the vine twitched once more. The thread-like tendril traced a beautiful, elastic arc, just like Bian Changxi's soaring mood. Success! She nearly burst out laughing. Control yourself. She switched to another watermelon vine and, using the same method, made it twitch as well. For a moment, with her hands pressed to the ground, the small patch of green watermelon vines before her jumped and bounced, light and nimble, as if pulled by countless invisible strings, or as if someone were playing a zither upon them. Well, that was the scene in Bian Changxi's eyes. To an outsider, it would look like these watermelon vines were gaining sentience and trying their best to hop around. In any case, she was thoroughly enjoying herself. After playing with the watermelon vines, she moved on to the eggplants, making the poor plants dance without wind, shaking them like a sieve until leaves and flowers fell off, along with 2 unripe, glossy purple eggplants. Bian Changxi chuckled, shifting her hands to a new target. She peeled back the leaves of a Chinese cabbage one by one. The newly grown cherry tomatoes swayed on their branches like little lanterns. The peanut leaves rustled in clumps, like rolling green waves. The delicate cilantro was too weak to withstand it and went limp. Bian Changxi grinned silently. Auntie Zhao watched her from a distance with great concern, worried for both the vegetables and Bian Changxi's state. Fortunately, she soon returned to normal and went back to her stool. This time, her hands left the ground as she stared at the now-still watermelon vines. This was the true test of remote object control. She released her mental energy, enveloping the watermelon vine. In truth, at this stage of the apocalypse, the concept of mental energy didn't really exist yet, not even for a powerhouse like Gu Shu. It was a term that only emerged 3 or 4 years into the apocalypse, after the appearance of psychic-type abilities. But mental energy was, in essence, a manifestation of a person's spirit becoming so strong it became tangible. And the minds of ability users were stronger than those of ordinary people. Bian Changxi had the advantage of being a wood element user. This ability had a stronger connection to the natural world than others. While wind and air types also had a connection, their link was with an inanimate thing, air. The wood element, however, was connected to vibrant, living plants. This was a fundamental difference, which was why she could easily perceive movements within a certain range. This perception, to put it bluntly, could also be classified as a type of mental power. Now, she was using this ability to control plants rather than inanimate objects, strengthening the connection even further. So, while it wasn't entirely accurate to say she was using mental energy, it wasn't far off. It was more like her mental energy was currently completely dependent on her ability to function and couldn't yet act independently. All right, that was a convoluted explanation. These thoughts flashed through Bian Changxi's mind, but she didn't pay them much heed. Mental energy or not, as long as she could control plants, that was all that mattered. She wasn't entirely sure about the principles or methods behind control-type wood abilities anyway. Her current goal was to make that watermelon vine twitch, just like before. She imagined it, strained, and gritted her teeth. But the damn vine remained stubbornly still, as calm as ever. Any slight swaying was indistinguishable from the gentle breeze. Bian Changxi frowned. She felt a bit thirsty and hungry, so she got up and went to the kitchen. She took a slice of watermelon from the fridge, ate it bite by bite, and then went back to glare at the watermelon vine. "You little thing, I just ate your ancestor. If you don't listen to me, I'll eat you too." Perhaps her threat worked. After what felt like a very, very long time, when her strength was depleted and her head was throbbing, the watermelon vine finally deigned to move. She was overjoyed. With that first movement, the rest became easier. She expertly pulled the little vine this way and that, her fatigue vanishing in her excitement. Her eyes saw nothing but that speck of green, and she even directed it to climb the wall. The villa's walls were smooth, but that wasn't a problem. The slender watermelon vine timidly pressed against the wall, its stem, leaves, and the fine white hairs on them rubbing, shifting, and clinging as it inched its way upward. As the sun set, the people who had been working all day returned one by one. Each person who came back saw the same strange sight. Their watermelon vine was climbing the wall. Although it was only one vine and the others were behaving, it was still a terrifying sight. Even more terrifying was the person squatting in the dirt facing the vine. At some point, Bian Changxi had kicked away the small stool and was now squatting there, completely absorbed, her eyes an eerie, pitch black, her face a startling, snow white. Her expression was one of deadly seriousness, her hands formed into claws, unconsciously curled and tense. The veins on her hands bulged from the strain, and her knuckles were white. Seeing Bian Changxi like this, people were too afraid to even call out to her. Her spirit and will seemed to have traveled to another world. She was completely unaware of the people entering, of those walking up beside her. Gu Shu frowned heavily. He asked Wu Dalang, Shadow, and the others who had been home all day, when did she get like this? Wu Dalang said, she's been squatting in the garden since she got back this afternoon. At first, when her hands were on the ground, she wasn't like this. Her expression was quite lively. Later, she just became still, and by the time we realized something was wrong, she was already like this. Shadow nodded in agreement. Gu Shu stared at Bian Changxi, his eyes filled with worry. Her aura was extremely powerful at the moment, but also extremely fragile. The slightest disturbance could break her state, and the consequences would likely be severe. But could he just let her be? Even the wise and resourceful Gu Shu was at a loss. He knew far too little about abilities. So he didn't dare disturb her, and told the others who returned later to be quiet as well. Fortunately, not long after, Bian Changxi slowly relaxed and came to her senses. Her expression finally changed, her eyes moved, and the eerie aura dissipated. She saw her handiwork on the wall and seemed a bit surprised herself. "Whoa, no way. Did I do this?" She whispered hoarsely, still amazed. Gu Pei was standing next to her. He nodded blankly. "Yeah, I saw it with my own eyes." "Changxi, you're so..." He struggled for words. "Amazing. But I don't think watermelons are supposed to climb walls." "Huh? They won't grow well," Gu Pei murmured, still not recovered from the shock. "I think it's loofahs that climb walls." "Really?" "Really my foot," Chio Yun said from beside Gu Pei, looking at the wall with a stuffy voice. "You're all wrong. Geckos climb walls." Chio Feng mentally rolled his eyes. He then glanced at Bian Changxi, his own eyes unable to hide his shock. A what ability can do this? It's unheard of. Gu Shu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Ignoring the daydreamers, he glanced at Auntie Zhao, who understood immediately. "Everyone, don't just stand there. Wash your hands, it's time for dinner." "Little Zai, are you okay? Your face is so pale." Bian Changxi wanted to get the watermelon vine off the wall, but the moment the thought arose, a splitting headache hit her. She was surprised by this reaction, her mind feeling muddled. She replied a beat too late, I'm fine. She stood up, her knee joints stiff and numb. Before she could straighten up, she felt a wave of dizziness. Before anyone else could react, Gu Shu had already flown to her side and steadied her. "And you say you're fine. Go upstairs and rest." Leaning on his arm, Bian Changxi waited for the dizziness to pass, then slowly shook her head. "It's nothing, just stood up too fast. Lack of oxygen to the brain or something." She still couldn't figure out how she had ended up like this. Hungry, so hungry, like she could eat a whole cow. Tired, so tired, her eyes ached terribly, and her eyelids felt glued together. She looked up at the sky, which was still filled with the evening glow. She hadn't been squatting for that long. Could it be that she had overused her mental energy? The group sat down at the table. Dinner was lavish, with fish, meat, and vegetables, as well as fruit for dessert. Auntie Zhao also sat down to eat, and Shadow was now able to walk and eat on his own. Everyone picked up their chopsticks, but their eyes kept drifting to Bian Changxi. It wasn't for any other reason than that her state was too strange. She seemed very sleepy. Gu Shu asked in a low voice, "Why don't you go to sleep first?" She didn't answer. She propped her forehead up with her left hand, her gaze listlessly fixed on the tabletop. The others didn't know, but to her, the feast on the table was blurry and doubled. And even though her mind was incredibly exhausted, a certain power was stirring restlessly within her, unable to be suppressed. The longer it went on, the stronger the feeling became. She understood then that something had probably gone wrong with her attempt to practice the control aspect of her ability. The terrifying part was that she had no memory of the process, no concept of time. Once she entered that focused state, she knew nothing. When she came out of it, the mistake had already been made. Was the control type really that hard to practice? Or had she done something wrong? She thought about it unconsciously, her head growing heavier, yet she felt increasingly excited. Suddenly, she lifted her eyes, a sharp, intimidating light flashing within them. In the direction of her gaze, a small, empty saucer lifted into the air, spun in a circle, and then crashed down. Bian Changxi's whole body shuddered. A muffled grunt escaped her lips, and a few drops of blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Her face instantly turned ashen as gold paper. Everyone was shocked. Gu Shu was by her side in an instant, steadying her body, which was about to topple over with the chair. He stared intently at her face, then lifted her into his arms and started toward the living room sofa. Bian Changxi grabbed his clothes. "Upstairs." "My room." Gu Shu paused for a second, then headed upstairs, asking, "What do you need?" "Crystal cores." "Should I find a wood element user to take a look? Or something else?" He placed her on the bed. Milk, who had been sulking at home all day after being ordered not to go out, jumped up from the floor. He stared at Bian Changxi with equal tension, whining and nudging his face against hers. Bian Changxi felt awful. Her head felt like it was about to explode. Her chest was tight to the point of suffocation, and the blood was racing through her veins. The scariest part was that she had no idea what the problem was. She heard Gu Shu's words, but didn't seem to register them. By the time she processed them, she didn't know what to do either. She held a green crystal core in her hand and tried to absorb it, but it only made her head feel more like a muddled paste. The heaviness made her want to bang her head against a wall, and the agitated blood made her want to scratch herself violently. She buried her face in the pillow and mumbled something unintelligibly. Gu Shu leaned in to listen closely, but could only catch the last few words. She said, "Sleep. I want to sleep." And then she was asleep. Not even 2 seconds passed between the words and her slumber. Gu Shu stared at her blankly for a moment, then very carefully turned her onto her side, worried she might suffocate with her face buried in the pillow. His long fingers brushed aside her damp hair. A trace of blood still lingered at the corner of her mouth, which he wiped away. The touch of his fingertips on her cheek sent a chill from his hand straight to his heart. Then he just watched her. He listened to her breathing, faint, slightly irregular, and sounding extremely tired and strained. His eyes grew deep. A long silence filled the room. The evening glow crept in through the half-open French window, melting into the brilliant light in his dark eyes. It flickered for a moment, then returned to stillness. He glanced at Milk. "Watch over her," he said. He then stood up, closed the French window, drew the curtains, and turned on a tiny bedside lamp. His tall, straight figure opened the bedroom door and walked out into the dim light. The people downstairs had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Seeing him come down, Gu Pei was the first to ask, "How is she?" "She's asleep. She seems stable for now." Gu Shu walked to the dining table, picked up the saucer that Bian Changxi had made fly, and told everyone to continue eating. He himself went out into the courtyard and stared at the watermelon vine still clinging to the white wall, lost in thought for a long time. Even in her sleep, Bian Changxi's head throbbed with pain. Her rest was fitful. When she woke up in the middle of the night, she found that her body had calmed down, but she was still dizzy, with a heavy, aching head. She lay on the pillow, staring blankly at the ceiling, her eyes clear but slightly dazed. She turned her head and saw the bedside lamp quietly keeping her company. Beside it was a thermos. She slowly sat up and opened it. Inside was salted egg and pork congee, still perfectly warm. Underneath, it was a piece of paper. "I wanted to make rice cakes, but they're hard to digest. Drink some congee first if you're hungry." The strong, powerful handwriting belonged to Gu Shu. But she had no appetite. She leaned back against the pillow, her hand naturally resting on Milk, who had crawled closer. Stroking his smooth, warm fur, her thoughts slowly settled. Had she failed? Probably not, or she wouldn't have achieved that effect. But something in her method must have been wrong. She looked at her own slender fingers and gently clenched her fist. That trance-like state, the feeling of emptiness and chaos in her mind afterward, it had to be a mental issue. That restless power was likely mental energy as well. She vaguely remembered making a saucer fly. A saucer wasn't a plant. That was clearly a telekinetic psychic ability. Had she gotten ahead of herself? Or rather, had she been too arrogant, attempting to practice control when her current mental strength was insufficient? Her head started to hurt again. She patted Milk. "Go lock the door." Milk obediently jumped off the bed. His soft, plump body was like a ball of cashmere yarn. He landed without a sound, scurried to the door, and with a light leap, slid the bolt lock into place. From his practiced movements, it was clear this wasn't the first time he had done this. Bian Changxi smiled. Every time she looked at Milk, she felt a strange sense of amusement. The fatter he got, the stronger this feeling became. She hugged the little beast, who had returned for praise but only shook his head and wagged his tail, sensibly not pouncing on her. She said with a laugh, "Gu Shu is right. You really should lose some weight." He was such a clever and agile spirit beast. She couldn't let him be ruined in her hands. He hadn't been so clingy at first, nor did he do such trivial things. It seemed all she had taught him were these sorts of miscellaneous tasks. Since she couldn't bring herself to be strict with him and didn't know how to train him, she might as well hand him over to Gu Shu. She decided that tomorrow, she would entrust the little guy's upbringing entirely to Gu Shu. Milk seemed a bit dismissive, but didn't protest. Fine, the mistress was down and not feeling well. For now, he would just go along with whatever she wanted. The next moment, the scene before his eyes changed. Fresh air filled his lungs, and the light became bright and dazzling. He looked up and saw that he was, indeed, inside the bracelet. Bian Changxi felt unsteady on her feet. She took a few steps and leaned against the chicken coop, then summoned a lounge chair from the warehouse and sat down. She faced the babbling creek, which sparkled under the sun as if hiding countless diamonds. Occasionally, a fish or shrimp would leap from the water, trace an arc, and then dive back in with elegant grace, looking quite cheerful. On the green grass opposite, 2 cows, one large and one small, grazed leisurely. Not far away was a slow-moving yellow bull. It was funny, really. She had been thinking day and night about getting a bull for her dairy cow, but by a twist of fate, she had ended up with a male yellow bull, a very strong and sturdy one at that. She figured if she couldn't find any other cattle, she would just have to pair this male and female up. She had no idea what their offspring would be like. A little farther away were 4 sheep, also captured on the road. 2 males and 2 females, a perfect set of pairs. One of the ewes was pregnant, her belly large. Another new life was about to be born. With both cattle and sheep, she was quite satisfied. She had also figured out the machine for processing raw milk. Now, whenever she had time to come in, she would milk the cow and process it for drinking. It had a slightly stronger, gamier taste than packaged milk, but it was infinitely fresher. The carton of milk she gave to Lin Rongrong had come from here. On the black soil of the bracelet, a field of plants grew with vibrant life, a mix of green and red. They were all relatively small, as Bian Changxi didn't use her ability to accelerate their growth like she did with the vegetables outside. She had no time to manage them and let them grow freely. Yet they grew even stronger and more beautiful than the ones outside, which was all thanks to the bracelet. She actually wanted to try controlling these plants, but after some thought, she dismissed the idea. If she made her body worse, she wouldn't even have a place to cry. Finally, in the chicken coop beside her, there were flocks of chickens and ducks. A new brood of chicks had already hatched. They were tiny, fluffy yellow things that wobbled when they walked, absolutely adorable. The new generation of ducks was still incubating. She thought that soon she could let the chickens roam free in the pasture. The pasture was a bit bigger now. Adding a few dozen chickens shouldn't affect the cattle and sheep. If necessary, she could fence off an area for them. The ducks needed to be put in the creek to swim. But speaking of which, she hadn't even started digging the river branch for her own bathing. There was so much to do. She sat quietly for a long time, and her spirits improved a little. Now, for every minute that passed in the bracelet, only about 50 seconds passed outside. She could stay inside for a while longer, basking in the warm sun and feeling the cool breeze. It was much more comfortable than outside. She really wanted to stay in here forever. Of course, that wasn't realistic. She drank a little fresh milk to settle her stomach, but couldn't manage more than a couple of sips. She gave the rest to milk. Anyway, milk probably didn't make you fat. Then, drowsiness began to creep in again, and her forehead throbbed. Resigned, she went back out, unlocked the door, and fell asleep as soon as she hit the bed. Day and night seemed to be reversed. When she woke up again, besides milk, she saw the faces of Lin Rongrong and Chen Yisha. "Oh, you're finally awake," Lin Rongrong said excitedly and immediately went out, probably to inform someone. Milk also yipped happily, nuzzling against her affectionately. "You guys." Bian Changxi looked around. It was indeed her room on the 3rd floor. Chen Yisha was still sitting by the bed, carefully observing her complexion. Team leader Gu asked us to come. The 5 of them have something very important to do today. He was worried you'd have no one to look after you, so he called us over. Zhang Bubai is also downstairs. The villa is guarded layer after layer. "You didn't know, did you?" she asked. "Are you okay now? Are you tired? Does your head hurt?" Bian Changxi felt reasonably refreshed, which meant the problem had been resolved. She sat up and looked around. "What time is it today?" "Apocalypse calendar, month 3, day 27, Chen Yisha blurted out, then immediately corrected herself. "Look at me, I've been saying that so much these past 2 days I forgot to switch back. It's a new calendar the base just introduced. According to the Gregorian calendar, it's September 18th. Bian Changxi did the math. She had only slept for 2 days. That was a relief. Given how sleepy she had been, she was afraid she might sleep for several days. They all have something to do. "What is it?" Chen Yisha smiled, a hint of pride in her voice. "Good news. Today, the base finally acknowledged team leader Gu's military status. Commander-in-Chief Zhu Jie is going to reinstate his rank of Major General in front of everyone in the base. The ceremony is probably already underway. Bian Changxi was stunned for a moment. This hadn't happened in her past life. But she immediately grasped the key point. With this status, it's only a matter of time before Jiang City's 100,000-strong army submits to him. Isn't that right? Our commander Chu Shangjin is only a major general, and Hu Aichuan isn't even one. Let's see how they can hold on to the army now. The soldiers will definitely be more convinced. Bian Changxi thought silently. This was indeed good news. It meant the base acknowledged Gu Shu as the leader of the Jiang City faction. His actions would be legitimized, and his situation would become clearer. This was very significant. However, the base had held out for so many days and suddenly relented now. There must be a reason. Gu Shu had probably offered them some significant benefits. She immediately thought of the batch of weapons, but no, she was storing all of them now. Of course, it was only temporary. As for that invitation, she hadn't responded yet. I heard this matter was on the agenda for a while, but the people in the base who agreed had outrageous demands, and those who disagreed were strongly opposed. Team leader Gu was negotiating with them, but then the delegation from the Chio family base arrived yesterday, and the situation took a turn. Bian Changxi was surprised. This matter was related to the Chio family base. Suddenly, a commotion erupted downstairs, followed by Lin Rongrong's angry shout. "What do you think you're doing?" Bian Changxi frowned. Chen Yisha said, "I'll go down and see." Bian Changxi got out of bed with her. Her legs still felt a bit weak as they touched the floor. She slowly walked toward the door. Then, as if sensing something, she slowly turned her head to look behind her. P.S. Thank you to Peihang Dicky for the sachet. Thank you to Anna 626 for the peace talisman. Thank you to Menghyun Zhaiduanao He for the pink ticket. Today, Villa 13 in the base's Villa district, one was fully staffed and heavily armed. Before dawn, a team of about 100 men had jogged to the villa and surrounded it completely, inside and out. Make no mistake, they weren't there to raid the place. On the contrary, they were neatly dressed, with concealed firearms, their expressions solemn and their eyes sharp. They stood guard, protecting the villa in its entirety. The neighboring villas were astonished. The villa district was the second highest tier of residential living in the base. When had so many armed personnel been allowed inside? Normally, even a single car driving in or out had to undergo strict inspection at the checkpoint. The residents here were all prominent figures and were quite familiar with the identity of the occupants of Villa 13. Some even knew a great deal of inside information. For example, today was the day that team leader Gu was to be reinstated as a major general. Once the ceremony concluded successfully, it would mean the base officially recognized him and the special rights he possessed as a colleague of the military's top brass. From then on, no one could question the legitimacy of Gu Shu's authority, which held extraordinary significance in the current era where military and political power were already established. For example, this ceremony had come about rather suddenly. Both sides had been locked in negotiations. But when the delegation from the Chio family base arrived and expressed a high degree of friendliness toward Gu Shu, the wavering commander-in-chief, Zhu Jie, immediately made his decision, publicly acknowledging and announcing Gu Shu's military rank and duties from the capital's General Staff Department. Countless people were caught off guard, including that Vice Commander Xu Chang. Today's reinstatement ceremony was bound to be exceptionally dramatic. But for Gu Shu to surround his own villa so tightly before leaving could only mean there was someone extremely important inside, someone who couldn't leave and perhaps lacked the ability to protect herself. Wen Mingli lowered her binoculars. It seems the news is true. Something has happened to Bian Changxi. Sun Buchun sat on the viewing platform of his villa's third floor, sipping a glass of iced liquor. He swirled the liquid in his cup. A Tier 3 wood element user. Tusk. If it were me, I'd protect her like a treasure too. Their villa was in Villa District 2, just across the street from District 1. In their past life, Gu Shu and his group had lived in District 2, which was the residential area for the base's high-level internal staff. Wen Mingli had gone to great lengths to become Gu Shu's neighbor, but while she had painstakingly secured the villa, her potential stock neighbor had moved across the street. It was truly infuriating. Hearing Sun Buchun's words, Wen Mingli felt a flicker of annoyance, but her tone remained gentle. Isn't Little and also Tier 3? I haven't seen you get so nervous, brother Sun, as if you're afraid people don't know. You don't understand, Sun Buchun said. After today, Gu Shu will be unstoppable. Those who are unwilling to accept it will make their last desperate struggle today. He's making a statement. If you want to touch my people, be prepared to fight me to the death. He stood up and walked to the window, which offered a perfect view of the scene across the street. Even if the details were unclear, the inviolable formation and imposing aura were unmistakable. And then there were the uninvited guests who had arrived aggressively, breaking through the outer circle, only to be stopped in the courtyard. He's brought so many people that any disturbance will be a major event. Those who want to cause trouble will have to weigh their own strength. Isn't this a more permanent solution than suffering a loss in silence? But this way, Gu Shu won't be able to escape the accusation of being arrogant and domineering. Just allowing an armed team into the villa district would offend many people. When has our team leader, Gu, ever been low-key or afraid of trouble? Wen Mingli was speechless. Sun Buchun suddenly asked again, I heard all 5 of them attended today. Are those 2 cripples completely healed? Yes. Wen Mingli thought he was about to praise Bian Changxi's abilities again, but he changed the subject. You said Gu Shu has that. What effect? The strong attracts strong effect. You could also call it the strong person creation effect. A strange light flashed in Wen Mingli's eyes. In our past life, someone secretly compiled data. Although it wasn't 100% certain, it was confirmed that the people around him would become stronger and stronger. Indeed. Even a cook in his kitchen became a strength-type user, Sun Buchun said, with a hint of sarcastic mockery. Wen Mingli's expression turned ugly. She had gone to great lengths, braving the rain just to make a connection, and had fallen deathly ill afterward. In the end, she only managed to awaken a tiny space. Meanwhile, Chio Feng had become a water element user in an instant, and even their housekeeper was a strength-type ability user. It was practically a mockery of her efforts. She couldn't help but look at Sun Buchun's expression, half expecting to see ridicule in his eyes as well. But there was none. The heroic and domineering man didn't even glance at her. He stared straight ahead, muttering to himself, does a so-called protagonist truly exist in this world? If not, wasn't Gu Shu too favored by the heavens? If so, how unfair was that to the countless ordinary people struggling to survive? He glanced regretfully at the villa next door. It was said to be the one Gu Shu lived in during their past life. Now, it was occupied by a few good-for-nothing young masters who partied every night, adding to the noise. He had always been somewhat dismissive of Gu Shu, the so-called #1 expert of the previous life. The resources he held, the head start he possessed, were countless times greater than Gu Shu's. In Sioux City, he was the local powerhouse, his foundations deep and unshakable. Even in the capital, he had countless connections. What did a young upstart with an arrogant style like Gu Shu have to compete with him? But things were different now. Gu Shu's military status, the convenience it afforded, the support from the Chio family base, the growing number of experts around him, the speed of his development, and a Tier 3 wood element user who was almost certainly also reborn. All of it forced him to take Gu Shu seriously. He suddenly said, do something about the surrounding villas. See if you can free one up. The attendant standing behind him with his head bowed looked up, responded respectfully, and then quickly left. Wen Mingli was surprised. Had he made up his mind to build a good relationship with Gu Shu? Seeing that Sun Buchun was also about to leave, Wen Mingli quickly followed, taking his arm. Where are you going, brother Sun? To support our protagonist. He paused, pulling his arm away. "Little Wen, stay with Ju Yunhwa for a while. Gu Shu has his eyes on you. You need to be careful." Wen Mingli froze, a look of disbelief on her face. In the moment she was stunned, Sun Buchun had already strode away. She clenched her fists in hatred. Ever since the Black Iron Tree plan failed, Sun Buchun had grown cold toward her. It wasn't blame or accusation. He had even comforted her, but his eyes held a look of sighing helplessness at her incompetence. At that moment, Wen Mingli felt as if she had been slapped hard across the face. Even when she learned that the Black Iron Tree had been taken by Bian Changxi, when she saw her and Gu Shu cooperate perfectly to deal with the Black Dogs, when Bian Changxi was in the limelight for healing people, her hatred had never been so intense. The first person she sought out after her rebirth was Sun Buchun, her direct superior. She had been one of the thousands of employees under Sun Buchun. A long-standing game development company under his banner was being squeezed out of business by Ju Yunhwa's newly listed company. Sun Buchun wanted to obtain the data for a game Ju Yunhwa's company was developing to crush him. She was an employee of that company and was sent on this mission with a colleague. Then the apocalypse broke out. In her past life, she never knew who her real boss was. When the apocalypse came, her old company fell apart. Her family was in another city, and she had nowhere to go, so she could only stay with Ju Yunhwa. Later, she learned how deep Sun Buchun's background was, but unfortunately, she had no way to connect with him. Her status as a minor employee before the apocalypse was of no help. She could only hide behind Ju Yunhwa, watching Sun Buchun's glory and imagining that if she had worked harder before the apocalypse, gotten transferred to a department under his direct supervision, or tried to make more contact, then she too could have become his capable assistant. Even being one of his many women would have been fine, as long as she could live a good life. This obsession was so strong that the moment she realized she had a second chance, she found Sun Buchun. Sun Buchun did not disappoint her. After several tests confirmed her words were true, he gave her immense authority and power, letting her take the lead while he made his own grand arrangements. She also became one of his many women, and the most important one at that. She lived a good life, one that surpassed the wildest imaginations of her past self. She even fantasized that she would become the most powerful and influential woman in the world. However, everything changed after Bian Changxi arrived. She clearly hadn't done anything, yet Wen Mingli's side began to suffer setbacks everywhere. Was it intentional, or was it some kind of cosmic conflict between them? Even Sun Buchun began to grow disappointed and impatient with her, while frequently expressing interest in Bian Changxi. And now he was telling her to stay with Ju Yunhwa and not come over. In the past, he couldn't wait for her to leave Ju Yunhwa's side. Was he rushing to curry favor with Gu Shu, thinking she was a liability? Heck, even discarding someone after they've outlived their usefulness wasn't this quick. Didn't he know there were many things she hadn't told him yet? Didn't he think this was too unfair to her? If it weren't for her, no matter how powerful Sun Buchun was, could he have achieved so much now? In their past life, he was just one of many warlords. When Mingli didn't know whether to hate Bian Changxi for ruining her fortune, or to hate Sun Buchun for being so fickle. Or perhaps she should be grateful that because of her damned spatial ability, she hadn't yet revealed the technology related to spatial devices. She understood now. Some things were safest when held firmly in her own hands. Only she would never betray herself. From now on, she could only rely on herself. Her beautiful eyes swirled with jealousy and venom. She glanced at the villa across the street. Bian Changxi, our battle has just begun. You won't be smug for long. If Bian Changxi knew she had inexplicably earned someone's deeper hatred, she would probably feel helpless. At this moment, looking at the aggressive visitors in her villa's courtyard, she felt quite helpless herself. Which one of you is Bian Changxi? Our staff officer, Chen, was injured in the wild. I am here under Commander Shu's orders to request Miss Bian's assistance. Bian Changxi had intended to go downstairs, but Aunt Zhao hurried up to stop her. Shaoxi, don't go down there. Let Ape deal with them. As time passed, Aunt Zhao had stopped using formal titles like young master. She mostly called everyone by their names now, except for Gu Shu, whom she still called Captain Gu, and Chio Feng, whom she called Vice Captain Chio. Knowing Gu Pei was handling it, Bian Changxi stayed upstairs. She leaned against the third-floor railing, peering through the gate at the blurred figures in the courtyard. The visitors had brought a significant force. Every one of them was in military uniform, armed with firearms and radiating a murderous aura. Rather than coming to request a doctor, they looked more like they were there to raid the house and demand an accounting for some crime. Of course, the villa's own defenses were nothing to scoff at. Though she couldn't see the men outside, there were a dozen cold, professional-looking men and women in black suits in the main hall, resembling pre-apocalypse bodyguards. The entrance was lined with 2 rows of guards, inside and out. Bian Changxi had also just noticed 2 women standing on her balcony. At first glance, she thought she was being robbed and nearly jumped out of her skin. Had the situation really become so dire that they had to be on such high alert? From below, Gu Pei's clear, uncompromising voice drifted up. Miss Bian does not have a policy of making house calls. This is an emergency. Staff Officer Chen's life is hanging by a thread. As long as he still has a breath in him, he can be moved by car. If you don't have a reliable vehicle, we can even lend you one. Gu Pei was clearly stalling for time. I only realized today that there are actually people who don't respect Commander Shu. The visitor's tone had turned into a snarling threat. And I'd like to know how much respect you have for the Jiang City leadership, barging in here with such aggression. Lin Rongrong walked upstairs with a cold expression, followed by Chen Yisha. Upon seeing Bian Changxi, Lin Rongrong couldn't help but grumble, these people are just thugs. They tried to force their way in just now. I went over to see what the fuss was about and almost got snatched. It's infuriating. That explained the angry shout Bian Changxi had heard earlier. Did things get physical? Bian Changxi asked. Yeah. Lin Rongrong nodded, looking a bit excited. The 2 sides clashed briefly. One of their lieutenants had his arm dislocated in the blink of an eye. That's the only reason they settled down. They really were going to barge in. Chen Yisha was more composed. The opposition is in the courtyard now. They're essentially surrounded by us, though the fools don't seem to realize it. I took a quiet look. There are snipers positioned all around. You can rest easy, Changxi. Why don't you go back to your room and lie down for a bit? Bian Changxi frowned. How did things escalate to this point? You haven't been to the hospital for 2 days, and you didn't attend the ceremony today. Naturally, people found it strange, Chen Yisha said, sitting on the edge of the bed. Somehow, rumors started spreading that something went wrong with your ability, and that you'll never be able to heal anyone again. The noise is quite loud. Some are even saying your wood element abilities were a fraud all along. Protesters have been blocking the Jiang City Medical Center and even causing trouble at our factory. It's ridiculous. These people are just looking for trouble, making a mountain out of a molehill, Lin Rongrong added dismissively. Then she quickly waved her hands. I don't mean your situation is a molehill. To be honest, you really gave me a scare. Even my neighbors came to ask if you were okay. They were worried sick. Bian Changxi was stunned. Why? The Jiang City group had more wood element users than just her. You don't know. Lin Rongrong looked surprised. She kicked off her slippers and plopped down on the quilt. Ever since your reputation as a divine doctor grew, we Jiang City people have had so much prestige when we go out. We get priority when buying water or fabric. So many people have pulled every string imaginable just to get you to look at their old injuries. Our wood element users have a special status now, especially the ones you trained. People say they're the next Bian Changxi. Countless small groups and teams are trying to suck up to us. Some even want to move to our area, they're just short of applying for citizenship. Milk, who had been lying comfortably in the quilt, suddenly felt a dip in the bed. He raised his head and glared at Lin Rongrong's rear. His soft, fragrant blanket being sat on by a human. He extended a paw, glanced at Bian Changxi, and then tried to stealthily scratch that large backside away. Unaware, Lin Rongrong continued, "Newcomers to the base always ask which faction is the strongest. When people mention the Jiang City group, they say we have medical insurance and guaranteed safety. This is what they call winning the hearts of the people." She was beaming. Bian Changxi's face darkened slightly as she toyed with a green crystal core in her hand. "I didn't realize I had that much influence." She hadn't even accepted requests to treat ordinary people for common injuries. She only treated strange or difficult cases. Her circle of beneficiaries was actually quite small. However, she began to understand why people grew restless after she disappeared for only 2 days. If she truly fell, it would be a massive loss for both Jiang City and Gu Shu's group. Wait, was that too narcissistic? Given that Gu Shu's status was about to be elevated, it was natural for some people to try and probe the truth as a final act of desperation. The logic made sense. Bian Changxi paused, gripping the green core. After this short time, she realized her body and ability had fully recovered. Not only was she fine, but she had also made progress. Her mind was sharp, and her senses were powerful. Though she didn't know if her attempt to control the watermelon vine had been a total success, she had a feeling that if she tried again, it would be much easier. She felt an inexhaustible surge of energy. Going out now wouldn't be a problem at all. She stood up to find some clothes in the wardrobe. She wanted people to know she was alive and well, if only to stop them from worrying. But Lin Rongrong's next words made her freeze. The girl muttered under her breath, "But why did Captain Gu insist on leaving you here alone at a time like this? Isn't he worried? It's a bit inconsiderate, don't you think?" Milk's paw, which had been touching her rear, froze instantly. His ears perked up. Bian Changxi also became alert immediately, though her voice remained steady. "Why do you say that? Important matters come first. Besides, there's no need for him to consider me that much." "What do you mean, no need?" "You two are in that kind of relationship." Bian Changxi turned around and glared at her. "What kind of relationship?" When Bian Changxi woke up, she didn't first celebrate her recovery or learn about the changes in the world over the last 2 days. Instead, she was stunned for a long time by the rumors about her love life. Living together, acting together, always seen as a pair. He was so tense when you were in trouble, and you show up whenever he needs you. If that's not a couple, what is? It certainly looked that way. So that was what people were saying. She knew it was common for leaders of various factions to have ambiguous relationships with their talented female subordinates, whether the rumors were true or not. Sometimes, it was even a tactic to build loyalty. But when she became the female lead of such a story, it was like a bucket of cold water over her head. A sensitive nerve was touched, and she woke up from her dream. It wasn't right. It couldn't work. Regardless of whether her previous feelings were right or wrong, and regardless of what Gu Shu thought, her silence and lack of opposition were being taken as tacit consent. This was a mistake. Seeing Bian Changxi's hard-won color drain from her face as she grew tense and somber, Chen Yisha, who knew more about her than Lin Rongrong did from their time as roommates, immediately sensed her attitude. She signaled Lin Rongrong to stop talking. Bian Changxi went into the bathroom to change and then headed downstairs, with Milk following closely behind. The people in the hall were startled to see her. Gu Pei, who had just finished a round of arguing with the outsiders, saw her and walked over in surprise. "You're better. Fully recovered. Miss Lin said you were awake, and I was just about to go up. Brother will be so happy when he finds out." For the first time, Bian Changxi looked at him with a cold gaze. His last sentence, in particular, irritated her. She took 2 steps toward the door, then suddenly turned back. Your brothers. He must have worried a lot about me, right? Gu Pei, confused by her look, replied, yeah. He didn't close his eyes the entire time you were unconscious. He had to check on you every day to feel at ease. The first thing he did when he got back was ask if you were awake. Gu Pei, believing he knew his brother's heart, spared no effort in painting a beautiful image of Gu Shu. But as Bian Changxi listened, her eyes filled with bitterness and doubt. She had heard such things before. At first, she thought Gu Shu was simply a detailed and caring person, but hearing it now, it finally felt wrong. In fact, when Aunt Zhao mentioned that Gu Shu had specifically chased after her to the wholesale center, she had her suspicions. He had done too much. But at the time, she had only felt a brief moment of unease before continuing as usual. After all, Aunt Zhao had said he treated her like a sister, and a man as responsible as Gu Shu might very well think that way. She should have made her stance clear back then. Since she couldn't accept him, why engage in this ambiguity? She steadied herself. When will he be back today? She would settle this with him as soon as he returned. I heard that after the ceremony, he has to visit various big shots and touch base with the local powers. There's a banquet tonight, Gu Pei said. That's why he arranged all this security for the villa. He's afraid we'll be swallowed whole. So he wouldn't be back for a while. Bian Changxi subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Then it occurred to her. What if Gu Shu didn't have those feelings? If she rushed to lay her cards on the table, wouldn't it just make things awkward for both of them? She needed to think it through, completely through. But with so many people here, she would only grow more frustrated. Go back to her room. She was afraid of the emptiness right now. When one is lonely and panicked, even breathing seems to echo. Then a task came to mind. The mutton fat jade that Jiang Zhureichuan needs for his research, has it been found yet? Not yet, but we've narrowed it down to a few jewelry stores. Gu Pei paused, realizing something. What are you planning to do? Bian Changxi didn't want to do anything specific. She just wanted to find something to occupy her mind. After using a mix of persuasion and pressure to get the information from Gu Pei, she dressed herself in all black, disguised herself as a female bodyguard, and slipped out. She carefully made her way out of the city without even taking milk. Only when she was walking on the desolate, open road outside the base did she finally feel a sense of relief. Fortunately, the base's inspections for those leaving weren't strict. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to slip out without alerting anyone. She found a secluded spot, ducked into her space, and changed into an inconspicuous gray tracksuit. Wearing a low-brimmed hat and glasses, she pulled a motorcycle out of her storage, not the Yamaha Bian Quang had given her. After checking her orientation, she sped toward her destination. As she raced down the road, the wind whipped harshly against her face. Her mind was a whirlwind. One moment, she thought of her past life, where a simple refusal to team up had turned her and Gu Shu into strangers. She had no desire to repeat that mistake. The next moment, she thought of Bai Heng, and her heart fluttered with panic and confusion. At times, she felt a self-mocking sense of frustration for overthinking. At others, she felt she should end the ambiguity quickly. She was like a lazy hedgehog that thought it could embrace the world, only to instinctively bristle its quills and reject everything at the first sign of a sharp stimulus. This chaotic state of mind finally came to an abrupt halt when the shadows of zombies appeared ahead. Bian Changxi dismounted, put away the bike, and removed her glasses and hat. She put on a large face mask and gripped her unsheathed tang sword in her right hand. Slung across her back was a rifle. Gu Shu had picked it out for her, saying it was the most suitable for her and quite powerful. It was indeed much better than the random one she had used before. With steady, light steps, she moved forward. She had a strange habit. No matter how frustrated or anxious she felt, her emotions would settle instantly when facing zombies, danger, or practicing her abilities. Her brain would cool down rapidly, as if her body knew how to prioritize, forcibly suppressing all those messy thoughts. This was why she had been so desperate to come out. It was just after 9 in the morning, neither too early nor too late. This area was originally a suburban district. About a 30-minute drive away was a university town, and the same distance in the other direction led to a coastal port. This area was essentially a mandatory passage into the city center, a string of several prosperous towns joined together. Because there were plenty of supplies here, many survivors could still be seen. Bian Changxi stood near a bus stop. Her vision was filled with crowded, dilapidated vehicles, desolate buildings, and greenery that had grown into grotesque shapes or withered away. Bloodstains and unidentifiable remains were everywhere. Yet these sights gave Bian Changxi a sense of freedom and clarity. The power surging through her body made her feel confident and grounded. She realized she was suited for this kind of life, living on the edge, fighting for survival. Those messy matters of love and affection felt very far away. Her eyes grew calm as she spotted 2 zombies tearing at something in the middle of a cluster of cars. She tried to move past them quietly. However, the road was choked with vehicles, and she couldn't walk on the roofs without being seen. She inevitably drew closer. The zombies seemed to sense her. They snapped their heads around with surprising flexibility, showing no signs of the typical undead clumsiness. Their eyes were still bloodshot and bulging, devoid of pupils, but they seemed to lock onto her. With excited growls in their throats, one of them leaped onto a car roof, crouching like a beast and baring its massive teeth at her. The other wasn't as agile. It stood up slowly and squeezed through the gaps between the cars, its long arms reaching out to grab her. Bian Changxi took a light breath. On the way to the base, the group had mostly stuck to the wilderness. Even though those areas were full of danger, a wound wouldn't mean instant death. Facing zombies was far more terrifying. They were the one scratch and you're dead type of enemy. She hadn't fought zombies in quite a while. During the trip to the Hungry Wholesale Center, Gu Shu had been there, so she hadn't needed to lift a finger. As the zombie on the roof lunged, she flicked her left hand. A dark green leafy vine whipped out with powerful force, swatting it down. Simultaneously, she swung her tang sword with her right hand, slicing through the other zombie's right arm from the wrist to the elbow. The radius and ulna were stripped bare, the 2 bones jutting into the air. She twisted the blade, prying the ulna loose and sending it flying. The zombie let out a sky-shattering roar. The moment she heard the sound, Bian Changxi knew she was in trouble. Sure enough, zombie shadows began to emerge from all directions. Some nearby survivors caught a glimpse of the scene, turned pale with fright, and scrambled away, terrified of being surrounded. Some even cursed at her as they ran. Is she crazy? Who kills zombies with such a racket? Can anyone even stay in this area now? Bian Changxi had been careless. She hadn't expected this zombie to be such a screamer. Seeing it still thrashing about, waving its single arm and howling at the sky, she realized it was calling for reinforcements. She unslung her rifle and blew its head off with a single shot. By then, the zombie she had swatted down had leaped back up, its landing denting the roof of a minivan. Its head twitched rhythmically, saliva dripping from its darting tongue, its face a mask of ferocity. Bian Changxi held her gun with one hand, watching it calmly. Just as it was about to spring again, 2 vines shot out from beneath the car, pinning it to the roof like plastic restraints. She immediately pressed the muzzle against its head and fired. The entire minivan shook from the impact. Bian Changxi didn't have time to harvest the crystal core. She turned and ran. Seeing the swarms of zombies converging, her eyes flashed with a sudden idea. She continued toward her destination, intentionally making noise along the way to lure the zombies together. Since the other survivors had already fled, she was the only human in the area, giving her total freedom to operate. Finally, she lured the zombies out of a department store and then doubled back. Looking at the now silent, lifeless building, she stepped inside. The interior was a mess. Over the past 4 months, countless waves of survivors had been here. The first and second floors had been picked clean. It was hard to find even a clothes rack, let alone a decent chair. The glass from the counters and the display lights had all been stripped away. However, the wide-open view made things easier for her. She didn't need to hide. She walked straight to the stairs, gripping her tang sword tightly as she scanned her surroundings. Her perception ability radiated outward. She was heading for a jade jewelry store called Miniu Pavilion on the 4th floor. They say that in times of peace, antiques are king, but in times of chaos, gold is the standard. However, gold wasn't worth much now, and jade was even less desirable to most. Even those who loved beauty wouldn't come here just to haul away a sack of jade. They might take a few pieces at most. Since it was on the 4th floor, which was mostly antique shops, Bian Changxi felt there was a high probability that the stock in Miniu Pavilion was still intact. And Miniu Pavilion was rumored to have a batch of high-quality mutton fat jade. Mutton fat jade was a gem-grade material of Hessian jade, extremely rare and precious. It wasn't something you could find just anywhere. Moreover, the spatial device required top-tier mutton fat jade. She couldn't judge the quality perfectly, but she knew that if it felt right to the touch, it was likely the best of the best. The news about the jade at Miniu Pavilion had cost Gu Shu a lot of effort to obtain. He had been quietly buying up such jade in the base, but with little success. Besides Miniu Pavilion, there were a few other locations, but they were far away and dangerous, and none had as much stock as this place. That was why she had come here first. She reached the 3rd floor quickly and quietly, calculating the time it would take for the zombies to return. If she got trapped at the entrance, it would be a major problem. Even with her space, she couldn't stay hidden forever. If she didn't return by the afternoon, Gu Shu would likely worry, and her trip would turn from a calming walk into an act of pure recklessness. Gu Shu. Gu Shu again. She shook her head and spotted the traditional, elegant storefront of Miniu Pavilion. She approached cautiously. As she expected, this store showed fewer signs of looting than the others. About 40 to 50% of the jade bracelets, necklaces, pendants, rings, and ornaments in the glass cases were still intact. She walked over. She didn't have time to inspect them one by one. She took whatever jade she saw. But the feeling in her hands told her that there was no mutton fat jade here. Not a single piece. In fact, the remaining jade was of poor quality, rough to the touch, not the fine material she was looking for. She frowned and scanned the room. Finally, she noticed that the most secure counters in the most prominent positions were empty. Other counters also looked like they had been selectively picked over. If this had been the work of someone motivated by greed, they wouldn't have left behind the beautifully styled, high-priced necklaces. She sighed in disappointment. She was too late. If Jiang Zhuraichuan could figure out that mutton fat jade was the best material for spatial devices, others surely knew as well. Some might not even need research. They might have known from memory and snatched it up early. The fact that they hadn't cleared out the whole store suggested they didn't want people to know someone was specifically collecting jade. Though she was a step behind, she was already here. Bian Changxi took everything she could find. She wouldn't leave empty-handed. Just as she finished, she realized the zombies were returning. She rushed to the window. Passing by several antique shops, she had a sudden thought and extended her vines, sweeping up everything within reach. She glanced down from the window, picked a spot clear of zombies, and jumped. Back on the street, she figured that since Miniu Pavilion had been cleared out, the other locations were likely the same. She decided not to risk further trips. It was still early, so she decided to spend the rest of her time practicing her skills by killing zombies. Zombies are hard to kill. That was Bian Changxi's only thought after a long day of work. Zombies were now generally at tier 3 or 4, evolving much faster than humans. Humanity only managed to bridge the gap through organization, initiative, wisdom, and tools. If a single person fell into a tier 3 or 4 horde, they were essentially finished. These zombies were incredibly cunning. Once they realized they couldn't handle an enemy, they would immediately howl for their friends. Fighting one meant fighting the whole nest. It was exhausting. Only someone like Bian Changxi, with her space, long vines, and strong perception, dared to dance with these monsters alone. Even so, she didn't gain much of an advantage and only managed to kill a handful. By now, the streets ahead and behind were blocked by zombies. Though not a massive horde, they were enough to choke the road. Bian Changxi was drenched in sweat and covered in grime, but her spirits were high. Seeing the situation, she didn't flinch. She pressed her hand against a large tree nearby. In the next moment, the tree's branches began to grow wildly, like a tree demon from a television show, ruthlessly lashing out at the zombies. The roots beneath the ground also grew thick and gnarled, bursting through the concrete and snagging the zombies' legs. Cracked! A Tier 3 green crystal core shattered in Bian Changxi's hand. She gave a bitter smile. Her control-type ability was starting to take shape, but it required physical contact like this. Trying to control things purely with her mind still led to issues. Furthermore, contact-based control had a major flaw. It consumed an enormous amount of energy. Despite her vast wealth, this single trip had depleted nearly 90% of her green cores, and the cores she had harvested didn't even come close to that number. Seeing the core shatter, she didn't linger. Taking advantage of the zombies being entangled by the tree, she slipped away like the wind. Once she was far enough, she pulled out her motorcycle, kicked the starter, and sped toward the base in a cloud of exhaust. She had been out long enough. The sun was already setting. The trip had been a bust regarding the mutton-fat jade, but she had gained a comprehensive understanding of the zombie's current strength and had practiced her control-type wood ability. Overall, it was a productive day. Moreover, her mood was entirely different from when she had left. Having expended most of her energy, her body felt light, her mind was clear, and her willpower seemed to have leveled up in a single day. This was the best gift a harsh environment could offer. She knew what she had to do now. She had left via North Avenue, and the checkpoint on the way back was heavily guarded. Fully armed soldiers held batons and signaled for her to stop. Name, affiliation, and do you have a mission permit? Bian Changxi of Jiangcity. No mission. Here is my ID card. The soldier looked surprised. He checked her and then swiped the card. Seeing the information on the screen, he gasped. You really are Bian Changxi. You actually went out. The base has been going crazy looking for you. He had just started his shift, so he had information from only half an hour ago. Oh. Why are they looking for me? You're Captain Gu from Jiangcity. Wait, I should call him Major General Gu now. Isn't there a victory banquet tonight? There's a special event where elites from different cities compete. Without you, the Jiangcity Wood Element team has nothing to show. Everyone's saying Jiangcity Medical is about to collapse. The young soldier was kind and gossipy, explaining the situation in a few words. Bian Changxi pondered. This hadn't been mentioned before. Had it been organized after she left? When does this event start? Who knows? It's part of the victory banquet, so it could start whenever. You should be able to make it if you hurry back. It was just after 4. Since it was a victory banquet, it probably wouldn't start until 5 or 6, and there would be speeches first. She could make it. Bian Changxi thanked him and prepared to pay the toll. The soldier immediately stopped her. No need, no need. You're a favorite of Major General Gu. Favorites have privileges. She paused for a moment, gave a friendly smile, and then got back on her bike, picking up speed. The main gate of the base was harder to pass. She had slipped out without going through the spatial detector, so getting back in wouldn't be as easy. However, since she had dared to go out, she was prepared for the secret of her space being undetectable to be discovered. Just as she was about to enter, a black military vehicle pulled up. A handsome officer in uniform stepped out. He spotted her in the crowd, his warm eyes flashing with a rare coldness and dissatisfaction, though it vanished in an instant. He walked over quickly. His assistant showed their credentials, and after a brief exchange, the guards opened the barricade and let Bian Changxi through. She didn't have to go through the spatial detector. The officer asked, "You're back." He looked at her disheveled state. "Go back and clean up first. You'll be needed later." The officer was Chio Feng. He wore the insignia of a colonel on his shoulders, standing tall and elegant with a polite smile, looking like a noble young master. Had she not seen that flash of impatience in his eyes, Bian Changxi might have thought he was genuinely happy to see her. In truth, of all the people in the villa, only Chio Feng remained reserved toward her. She got into the car. "I've caused you all trouble." Chio Feng remained polite. "It's no trouble for us, but Ah Shu was worried. You ran off before anyone could even confirm you'd recovered." He could barely stay on his seat at the meeting. He added pointedly, "Only you would be so bold. Ah Pei has to file a report just to go a little further out. He's quite envious of you." In other words, Gu Shu only allowed such indulgence for Bian Changxi. He wasn't even that lenient with his own brother, yet he allowed her to come and go as she pleased. In a military context, this was a major taboo, acting alone and refusing to follow orders. Such a person would normally never be tolerated. Bian Changxi wasn't a soldier, but she should have had some basic self-awareness. She should have at least reported or discussed her plans before acting. The same thing had happened with the trip to Hungary. Actually, she had mentioned she was going out the night before that trip, but she hadn't intended to consult anyone. She had simply announced her decision and gone upstairs. Gu Shu hadn't even been present at the time. Bian Changxi's expression didn't change. She simply looked out the window and nodded as if in agreement. "I really was too self-centered. It won't happen again. I'll follow the same rules as everyone else, so he doesn't have to worry about me anymore." Chio Feng suddenly felt that something about the Bian Changxi before him had changed. The victory banquet was held at a public hotel not far from the base's administrative building. The weekly elite gatherings after the routine meetings were usually held in the same hotel, but those were on the top floor. This time, it was on the second floor because it was more spacious and had a stage specifically for martial arts demonstrations. When Chio Feng brought Bian Changxi in, she was surprised to find that the competition had already begun. On stage were Shadow and another man. Shadow was incredibly fast, throwing out one white thin blade after another, which dissipated just as they touched the opponent's body. The opponent was a metal element user, holding a massive golden shield, but he was completely bewildered, not knowing where to block. Shadow moved at high speed, releasing a constant stream of mist as if he were carrying some kind of device. The mist grew thicker and thicker until the audience could no longer see what was happening on stage. Then, a muffled groan and the sound of a body hitting the floor followed. The audience gasped. As the mist cleared, the metal element user lay unconscious, while Shadow stood tall and indifferent. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause erupted. Someone shouted, "So that's how mist element can be used. I thought it was just a humidifier. What were those white blades?" "Look." The audience looked closer. The clothes of the metal element user, who was being carried off stage, had been shredded into strips. Just how sharp and precise were those invisible blades? Bian Changxi frowned. Is Shadow fully recovered? She had been unconscious for 2 days and was out of the loop, but according to her previous estimate, he should have rested for at least another week, even with her daily treatments. Chio Feng watched Shadow walk off the stage. Our strategy for this competition is quality over quantity and uniqueness over raw power. We sent one representative with unique and advanced skills for each ability. For mist element, we only have Shadow. Everyone else was still struggling on the humidifier path. So Shadow must be pushing himself. The two of them quickened their pace. Except for the brightly lit stage, the banquet area was dimly lit. However, their arrival still drew a lot of attention, especially when Bian Changxi noticed that her seat was right next to Gu Shu. Gu Shu was also in uniform. Unlike the time in the new district, he now wore the genuine star of a major general on his broad shoulders. Even in the dim light, it shimmered slightly, making it impossible to miss. Gu Shu looked up at her, his eyes clear and his voice deep and powerful. "You're back. Are you feeling better?" Bian Changxi narrowed her eyes slightly and looked down, avoiding his gaze as she sat. "I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern." Gu Shu's expression stiffened for a moment. He was about to speak when Shadow approached. The five of them, Gu Shu, Qiu Feng, Qiu Yun, Wu Dalang, and now Shadow, were at the same table. Shadow sat to Qiu Feng's right, with Gu Shu to his left, then Bian Changxi, then Qiu Yun and Wu Dalang. Gu Shu asked Shadow in a low voice, "How are you?" "I'm fine." "No, you're not," Bian Changxi said. A thin vine had already snaked under the table and wrapped around Shadow's wrist. Finding his condition poor, she sent some energy into him. With a dark expression, she said, "Don't push yourself. I'll take over." She then said to Gu Shu, "He can hold on for now, but he'll need at least half a month of bed rest when we get back." Wu Dalang laughed. "If it were me, I'd be happy to stay in bed for an extra month if it meant I could look that cool." "Shadow, you really showed off today." Earth element was a common ability, and Wu Dalang didn't have any unique skills, so Gu Shu hadn't allowed him on stage, sending someone else instead. He was currently bored and itching for a fight. After a look from Bian Changxi, Wu Dalang gave a sheepish laugh. I'll recover properly. Qiu Yun had been watching the stage. At that moment, he said, "Look, Su Chenxi is going up." Bian Changxi turned her head. Her seat was positioned sideways to the stage. She saw Su Chenxi wearing a civilian-style military uniform. The olive green top and pencil skirt made her look efficient and heroic. Her expression was solemn and composed, giving her a commanding presence. Most importantly, she was clearly representing the Jiang City faction. Bian Changxi looked at Gu Shu in surprise. "You convinced her." When the idea of developing spatial devices first came up, the candidate Bian Changxi thought of was Su Chenxi. Her spatial ability was the most outstanding she had ever seen, leagues ahead of Lin Rongrong. But Su Chenxi was a member of the Su family. Once Chu Shangjin fell, she essentially reverted from her Jiang City affiliation back to her status as a local of Su City. She hadn't shown any determination to stand entirely with Gu Shu, so naturally, they couldn't let her near the research secrets. They had lost contact after that, aside from her occasional visits to see Wu Dalang. But now she was here, representing Jiang City, and her uniform meant she had officially joined the system. Gu Shu smiled. "I don't have that much influence." Old Wu convinced her. Wu Dalang looked unusually bashful. Such a talented spatial user. "It's always better to have her as one of our own." "Oh, one of our own, is it?" Qiu Yun teased from the side. Wu Dalang glared at him. Bian Changxi began to understand. On stage, Su Chenxi's opponent was also a woman, and also a spatial user. The moment the match started, the opponent used teleportation. In the blink of an eye, she appeared behind Su Chenxi, a cold, gleaming dagger suddenly in her hand. The audience gasped. Qiu Yun shouted, "How vicious." Wu Dalang almost stood up. Su Chenxi had been doing clerical work, but she came from a military family and was a military academy graduate. Her reaction was not slow. Without even turning around, she also teleported. However, her teleportation was clearly inferior to her opponent's. The other woman seemed to know exactly where she would reappear and teleported there even faster. The dagger was raised again, this time aimed at Su Chenxi's face. If it connected, she would be dead or severely disfigured. Bian Changxi frowned. Both were Tier 3 spatial users. The difference was that the opponent specialized in teleportation and had mastered it to the point where she could predict Su Chenxi's landing point. But did she think that was enough to win? Bian Changxi shook her head. Teleportation was a survival skill, but her opponent had a lethal move. Sure enough, seeing she couldn't dodge the dagger, Su Chengxi waved her hand. The dagger snapped, and at the same time, her opponent let out a blood-curdling scream, clutching her blood-soaked right hand as she stumbled back. The opponent's face contorted with rage as she pulled a gun from her inner thigh. Gu Shu's expression sharpened, ready to intervene, but Su Chengxi clearly didn't need help. With a cold face, she waved her hand again. Silently, the gun and half of the woman's palm fell to the floor. The room went silent. Then an uproar broke out, accompanied by the woman's shrill cries of pain. Qiu Feng left for a moment and then returned with Su Chengxi, leading her to their table. He said to the group, primarily to Gu Shu, that woman was from the Su family, Su Tianda's cousin. By seniority, she should call Miss Su Auntie. Su Chengxi said calmly, the Su family has already started blacklisting me. Over at the Su family's table, people rushed to carry the injured woman away. One man shouted, Su Chengxi, not only did you betray the family to join the enemy, but you also held a grudge and intentionally struck so ruthlessly. Did you intend to cripple Tianyi? So the woman's name was Su Tianyi. Gu Shu signaled Su Chengxi to stay quiet. He sat there and said in a steady voice, the rules stated that no weapons other than abilities were allowed. You used a dagger first and then a handgun. Do you hold the rules set by Secretary Wang in contempt, or do you truly think I, Gu Shu, am someone you can push around? The other party was stunned. They whispered among themselves for a moment. A middle-aged man in a suit, sitting a table away, stood up and smiled. That is indeed the case. Because this segment was added in a hurry, the rules were also set quickly. However, all the rules were clearly posted on the posters at the entrance. The Su family members looked unhappy. A burly, rough-looking man stepped forward and said coldly, we were indeed negligent regarding the rules, and we will naturally apologize to Major General Gu later. But what we should be discussing now is Su Chengxi's deliberate attempt to harm a Su family member. You clearly could have dodged, yet you still cut off half of Tianyi's palm. Do you really think the Su family rules are a joke, or that there's no one left in the Su family who can handle you? Gu Shu also slowly stood up. This is a victory banquet, and Su Chengxi is my subordinate. If we are to discuss anything, it should be your violation of the rules and your attempt to harm my subordinate. Or does young Master Su think this place is his family's ancestral hall? His voice wasn't loud, but he naturally exuded an overbearing aura. If he let his own person be disciplined in front of him, his rank as a major general would be meaningless. Su Tianda remembered the last time Gu Shu had nearly scorched his heart. His chest throbbed and his feet felt numb. He gritted his teeth and said, then what about you indulging your subordinate in harming an opponent? A duel should be about stopping at the right moment. But everyone saw it, she was cruel enough to cut off a hand. Are all your subordinates this arrogant, and do you always shield them like this? I'll return that phrase about stopping at the right moment to you, young Master Su. Tianyi only pulled the gun because she was frightened and lost her composure, Su Tianda blurted out. The fact is her hand is ruined, and the fact is your person did it. Therefore, you must take responsibility and heal Tianyi's hand. A shifty-eyed man standing behind him added, exactly. I heard you have a legendary doctor. Tell her to come out and treat Tianyi. If she can't restore the hand, she's not allowed to leave. Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow. After all that, they were targeting her. It seemed these people were here specifically to cause trouble. Immediately, someone else added snidely, young Su, it might be impossible to get that great doctor to treat your sister. She didn't even give me face when I personally sent people to invite her. She didn't even show her face. She's quite arrogant. Bian Changxi looked over. It was an old man in his 60s, wearing a traditional Tang suit. She had seen him a few times in her past life, Xu Chang, the vice commander. He was a narrow-minded old man. Really? Someone nearby asked. Commander Xu, were you feeling unwell? Then they mentioned the staff officer, who was supposedly seriously injured, and then they mentioned that the staff officer had died because he wasn't treated. The way people looked at Bian Changxi began to change. Tusk, they say doctors have a benevolent heart, but I never expected. People went all the way to her door to beg. What's the use of Jiang City having strong medical power? They're just a bunch of black-hearted people. The threshold for the victory banquet wasn't high, and with the draw of the ability duels, many people wanted to come in. Eventually, anyone with an invitation could enter. It was unclear if these vocal critics had come specifically to stir up trouble. In any case, few people were saying anything good. Even those who didn't join the condemnation didn't speak up for Bian Changxi. She even recognized a few people among them whom she had treated for strange illnesses. She also saw the people from the Qiao base. They were at one table. Qiao Bin seemed to want to stand up and speak, but Qiao Wei held him back, and the table remained silent. She curled her lips into a smile. She leaned in and asked Gu Shu, "Should I treat Su Tianyi?" If she did, it would be unpleasant to be forced into it. Besides, it was impossible to make a hand grow back. If she didn't, the situation would remain deadlocked. It didn't matter to her, but Gu Shu would likely be branded as narrow-minded. These people just wouldn't stop. Even with the star's familiarity on his shoulders, what was the point of ruining a reputation or two? But the best course of action for Gu Shu was indeed to ignore past grievances and heal Su Tianyi first, then settle the score later. Su Tianyi was still screaming her head off. "Step back," he simply said. Bian Changxi didn't move. "I can't fix her hand, but I can make her shut up. Right now, it looks like we're the ones bullying her." "Don't worry." Gu Shu still didn't want her to intervene. The opposition was clearly aiming for her. Once she stepped in, and Su Tianyi was still left with a disability, the matter would never end. Bian Changxi's eyes softened for a moment, then cooled again. Amidst the surrounding chaos and noise, her voice was exceptionally calm. "Gu Shu, you really don't need to always look after me like this. I'm just one of your many subordinates. I'm no different from the others. I was immature before and caused you a lot of trouble, always making you make exceptions for me. But there's really no need anymore." Gu Shu turned to look at her. "Did someone say something to you?" I just feel that I'm no different from anyone else. You don't need to accommodate me in everything." Gu Shu's gaze grew cold, but a faint smile remained on his lips. "That kind of talk makes it sound like you're planning to jump ship. Where else would I find a boss as kind, responsible, and tolerant as you? I still want to follow you to the capital to find my fortune. It's just that you're always so polite that I'm starting to feel embarrassed." Gu Shu stopped speaking, his fist slowly clenching. Her meaning was very, very clear. She wanted to maintain the status quo. He was her boss, and she agreed to go to the capital as a partner. He didn't need to worry about her reliability. But if he continued to be polite, she would feel embarrassed and might actually jump ship. She was rejecting his kindness, his goodwill his. The shifty-eyed man, seeing Gu Shu silent and whispering with Bian Changxi, gave a lewd smirk. "Look at these two, all lovey-dovey. If you want to whisper sweet nothings, go back and do it under the covers." Gu snap. Before he could finish, a green whip lashed across his face, sending him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood midair. Bian Changxi's face was cold and grim. She took a step forward and said icily, "Keep your mouth clean. Is Major General Gu someone you can gossip about? That whip was to teach you who you shouldn't provoke." She raised her hand, and the vine, which had already left her hand, stood upright on the ground. Its outer layer of white ice made it look as hard as a stone pillar, while its flexible tip wrapped around the man's neck and lifted him up. "And this whip is for my boyfriend. Remember this. Just because you haven't seen someone doesn't mean you can ignore them." After speaking those ambiguous yet clearly meaningful words, Bian Changxi felt a sense of relief, but it would be a lie to say she wasn't anxious or apologetic. It felt a bit like she had publicly slapped Gu Shu's face. After all, with all the rumors flying around, Her sudden mention of a boyfriend made Gu Shu look quite awkward, didn't it? In truth, she was also quite afraid of Gu Shu losing his temper. If he didn't have those feelings for her, she had just made things unnecessarily awkward. If he did have those feelings, it was even worse. She had essentially rejected him in front of everyone. A major general's wrath was not something an ordinary person could withstand, let alone a glass cannon wood element user who was only just starting to toughen up. However, that man's words had been truly foul, stepping right into her minefield. By the time she realized what she was doing, the vine had already struck. Since she had already hit him, wouldn't it be a waste of an opportunity not to say something? Thinking more carefully, the rumors had only started recently, and no one had actually seen the two of them being intimate. It was the perfect time to clarify things. Her standing up like that shouldn't have seemed too abrupt, right? Sigh. Bian Changxi gave a soft sigh, propping her chin on her hands as she sat on her knees, staring blankly at the lush fruits and vegetables in the courtyard. The moon was high in the sky, its light spilling like water across the ground. The villa was quiet and peaceful. Aside from Wu Dalang and Shadow, who had been ordered to rest, the others had left again shortly after returning from the banquet. At that time, the atmosphere had been a bit awkward. Gu Shu's expression had been perfectly normal, but Qiao Yun looked quite angry. Qiao Feng, however, had become even gentler toward her. A group of truly inscrutable people. Wrestle, wrestle. Footsteps came from behind. She turned her head slightly to see Chen Yisha. She and Lin Rongrong had been worried about her and hadn't left the villa. By the time the banquet ended, the curfew was in effect, so they had stayed the night. Chen Yisha pulled up a small chair and sat beside her. She stared at the green leaves under the moonlight for a moment before saying, "I know what I'm about to say might be overstepping. We were only roommates for a little over a year, after all. But since it seems you don't have anyone else to talk to, I don't mind being your sounding board." Even though they had only been roommates for a year, and Bian Changxi always kept a cold face, Chen Yisha did know her best. She had watched her pretend to be indifferent while clinging to an old flame, a sight that had made her heart ache with frustration. Bian Changxi smiled. "I don't have anything to vent." Chen Yisha glanced at her. "You really aren't very likable." She fell silent again, then asked hesitantly, "But I do have a question." "Go ahead." "That boyfriend you mentioned. You weren't talking about Bai Heng, were you?" Chen Yisha stared at Bian Changxi's face. Unfortunately, there was nothing to see. Her face was calm, as indifferent as a light breeze. "Yes. But he can't possibly come back. He's on the other side of the Pacific." "I know." "What do you know?" Chen Yisha was getting anxious on her behalf. It was one thing to be muddled back in university. Her uncle had been disgusting and her environment harsh, so they had just thought about graduating first. Back then, her staring at her ex-boyfriend's photo was a kind of comfort. But now, the world was wide open, and a good man had appeared. Why was she still drowning in the past? She was so angry her eyes widened, forgetting her ladylike image. "Let me just ask you this. How does Gu Shu treat you?" Bian Changxi looked at her. "You sound like a concerned mother." She thought about it seriously. He has done everything he possibly could. Gu Shu had indeed done everything for her. He had kept his promise not to pry into her secrets, and had given her an extraordinary amount of respect and courtesy. She saw everything he did for her and kept it in her heart. She also admitted that working under Gu Shu felt very comfortable. It was a sense of security, knowing that if the sky fell, there was someone taller to hold it up. It was much better than being alone and adrift. So, in return, she would work hard to do whatever she could for him. She wanted to continue this partnership-like relationship. It had nothing to do with feelings. "That's it." "What else?" Chen Yisha looked indignant, but was too embarrassed to say it plainly. Bian Changxi knew what she wanted to say and spoke directly. "I know what you're thinking. You're asking if he likes me." I've wondered about that too, and I've thought about it for a long time. She shook her head. Gu Shu is good to me, there's no doubt about that. But does he really like me? Not necessarily. She said calmly, he's good to me for 3 reasons. First, I'm a woman on my own, which looks difficult to others. At the same time, I'm not high maintenance or demanding. Since I'm a good partner, why not show a little extra care? Second, I have good abilities. I won't say I'm the best in the Sioux City base, but there aren't many wood element users who can match me. In Jiang City, I'm definitely number 1. Gu Shu needs me. She gave a small smile. He's a very responsible man who cares deeply about the safety of his companions and subordinates. Anyone who works for him will be valued. I just happen to fall into that category. All right, she admitted she was in that category, but the care he gave her far exceeded what he gave others. However, it was very likely just a difference in how he expressed it. She didn't know how he interacted with Chiao Feng and the others. Their life and death bond wouldn't be any less significant. Third, I saved Shadow once, and now I've saved him again, along with Wu Dalang. Think about it, if that debt of gratitude hadn't existed from the start, he wouldn't have been so tolerant of me, and everything else wouldn't have happened. If I lacked either my strength or my personality, if I were strong but arrogant or resilient but useless, he wouldn't treat me the way he does today. But did all those reasons add up to love? Bian Changxi shook her head. He was rational. His foundation wasn't yet stable, he had heavy responsibilities, and there were so many things to handle and a long, difficult road ahead. Would he start thinking about romance at a time like this? She didn't believe it for a second. This was the conclusion she had reached after a day of thinking. It shouldn't be. Gu Shu wasn't the type to be swayed by his emotions. If he had done all this and used all this power just to pursue a woman, then he wouldn't be Gu Shu. Chen Yisha was stunned, then practically fumed with indignation. It's one thing to not accept his feelings, but you're twisting and misinterpreting them. Bian Changxi sighed. Don't get excited. I don't mean it that way. You've misunderstood me. My point is that it hasn't reached that level yet. There's no such thing as feelings without a cause. Look at me. I'm somewhat successful as an ability user, but as a woman, am I really worth pursuing? Only then did Chen Yisha notice that Bian Changxi's tone had been consistently flat. This last sentence was even filled with a heavy, deathly stillness. It was like a stagnant well, overflowing with cold self-mockery. She realized then, Bian Changxi was simply too lacking in self-confidence. So she racked her brain to find her good points. That's not true. That's just what you think. How do you know what Gu Shu thinks? And Changxi, you have many attractive qualities. You're so kind. Kind? Bian Changxi reacted as if she had heard the world's biggest joke. Her tone suddenly became intense, and she looked at her as if she had seen a ghost. Me kind? You don't think that just because I became a great doctor and saved a few lives, that makes me kind, do you? She gave a thin, cold smile. Did I actively seek out those people to save them? I wanted to take shelter under Gu Shu's big tree, so I had to give something in return, didn't I? A wood element user's greatest contribution is healing, isn't it? I didn't know any of the people I treated. They were all arranged for me. Once they were healed, it was all converted into political capital, wasn't it? She shook her head. She didn't dislike the work, but that didn't mean she took joy in it. No, she did take joy in it. Everyone needs to prove their value. One of her values was her healing ability. She had proven she was useful, that she could be of great use, so she was happy. She was content. It was the same logic as a laborer going to a construction site to mix cement for wages. A laborer's value is that he can earn money with his strength. Her value was that she could save lives with her ability. Does that make the laborer kind? Number does that make her, Bian Changxi, kind? Of course not. Kindness is a subjective word. It depends on the starting point and the intent. She would never be able to face the masses with the noble, merciful heart of a savior. She would always consider her own interests first. Even her kindness to others, to Chen Yisha, Lin Rongrong, Aunt Zhao, and the rest, was because they had been good to her first. Her saving the group from the Chio base, besides avoiding trouble, was also done with the intent of opening another path for Gu Shu. Otherwise, why would she care about a random stranger? Every bit of effort was based on interest. It was all a form of exchange and leverage. Could that be called kindness? How could someone as cold and calculating as her be attractive? Even when she occasionally laughed innocently or acted playfully, she was still a decayed, power-hungry, selfish, and old soul at her core. Really, thinking about it that way, what did Gu Shu even like about her? Even if he had some interest now, he would probably be quite disappointed once he learned her true character. Chen Yisha was momentarily speechless. She felt instinctively that this wasn't right, but she couldn't think of an argument. She could only try to persuade her from another angle. But at least there's some goodwill, isn't there? Relationships need to be nurtured. Right now, you're the most suitable person for Gu Shu, and he's the most outstanding person around you. Why not give yourself a chance? Bian Changxi looked up, facing the bright yet desolate moonlight. Her face was pale, and her eyes were cold. Because I don't want to change. Shasha, I once loved someone so much. He didn't fail me, he didn't betray me, and he didn't hurt me. He's just temporarily not by my side. So, am I supposed to just forget him and start over? She murmured, then turned to see Chen Yisha's dumbfounded expression and suddenly laughed. All right, I'm just joking. I'm no saint. No matter how good Bai Hung is, he might not be worth pining over for a lifetime. But Shasha, look at this world. It's so busy, so absurd. Every day is a repeat of parting, death, hunger, and ugliness. Don't you find it exhausting? I do. But when I'm tired, I still have that one person to think about, that one period of time worth remembering. My heart can slowly find peace and let go. It's as if I could die right now with a smile and rest in peace. A living person by my side might not have that effect. You said relationships need to be nurtured. How long would that take? How much effort would it cost? How much friction would there be? Would the result be stable? What if in the end hearts change? Whether it's me or him, how could I bear such a difficult and intimate process? But memories don't need to be nurtured. They're hidden in the heart and will never change. Only they will never abandon me. So I really don't want to change. To say she hadn't been moved by Gu Shu would be a lie. But being moved didn't mean she liked him, and it certainly didn't mean she wanted to tie her life to his, for better or worse. In her past life, why did she abandon him and choose Ju Yunhwa? With Ju Yunhwa, she only needed to use her head, not her heart, because she knew from the start that the man could never enter her heart. Gu Shu was different. He was powerful and outstanding, like a brilliant ray of sunlight piercing into the darkest, most decayed corners of her heart. Being with him, whether from his perspective or hers, objectively or subjectively, it would be very hard to maintain her inner peace. He would slowly erode the shadow in her heart, replace Bai Hung's position, and then occupy all her emotions and dominate all her logic. She had been clearly aware of this from the first time her heart fluttered. But that was a terrifying thought. Accepting him meant deciding to entrust her life to him. And if it didn't reach that level, then what was the difference between being with him and being with anyone else? Either way was wrong. She lacked the courage, so she could only suppress herself and stay away from him. It was like that in her past life, and it was like that at the beginning of this one. But fate is a strange thing. Since avoiding him wasn't an option, she would approach him with the most natural and ordinary attitude. Even if she occasionally lost herself or struggled, she believed in her self-control. Even if the conflict with Gu Shu didn't exist, could she really give up on Bai Hung? After her parents died, she thought that only Bian Quang and Bai Hung were the most important people in the world. She had already lost one. She couldn't lose the second. Truly, from the very beginning, when she was reborn, she had never intended to make any changes in her emotional world. Call her cowardly or call her pretentious, but living was already so difficult. All she sought was peace and quiet for her soul. She was already so exhausted. How could she dare to give her heart away again? Chen Yisha looked at her lonely, cold figure. For a moment, the corners of Bian Changxi's eyes and brows were filled with an overflowing sense of desolation and fatigue. She suddenly felt that Bian Changxi was very pitiful. She was strong, preferring to rely on memories to get through the days rather than the person right beside her. But she was also so timid, preferring to curl up in her memories until she grew old rather than trying to trust someone and chase a happiness that was already in sight. Perhaps she was right. Gu Shu didn't like her, at least he hadn't shown it much. Otherwise, she wouldn't be like she was now, lacking even the courage to take a single step forward. Chen Yisha failed in her role as a comforting big sister. Instead, she was swayed by Bian Changxi's words, and the two sat together, sighing in melancholy. Unconsciously, Bian Changxi wandered off to tend to the garden. She picked a tomato and stuffed it into Chen Yisha's hand. While fiddling with the potato seedlings, she asked, "We keep talking about me. What about you?" "Me?" Chen Yisha sighed. "Didn't I tell you a long time ago that the second son of the Lei group was pursuing me?" Bian Changxi searched her distant memories. She didn't recall it, but she didn't interrupt. "Both families wanted us to marry, but I don't like him. He's too frivolous. Just because he's a thunder element user, he flirts around everywhere. He says he wants me to marry him, but really, he just wants me to be his mistress." Chen Yisha was so angry her face turned red. She no longer looked like a wise big sister. She was entirely a young girl in need of comfort and help. Bian Changxi paused. Thunder element. That was powerful. She couldn't help but wonder when Gu Shu had awakened his thunder ability. Again, she had no impression. Her understanding of him in her previous life had been too scarce and superficial. She asked what happened next. "You know how there are more and more ability users now. After arriving at the base, even water can be bought and sold. If I didn't still have the job team leader Gu gave me, I probably wouldn't have any say at home anymore." Initially, Chen Yisha, a water element user, was treated like a treasure by her family. But at the base, things changed. First, water was no longer a priceless commodity. Rumor had it that someone, Chu Yi of course, was inventing a way to recycle and purify water. Second, offensive abilities were now valued much more highly. After all, few people were like Gu Shu, still handling domestic affairs instead of going out to expand territory. Chen Yisha's plummet in status was easy to imagine. Calculating the timeline, something bad would happen to Shasha in the next month or two, but the perpetrator didn't seem to be surnamed Lei. "So you can't hold out anymore." "Not exactly. They want me to curry favor with that Lei Yao, hoping to build a relationship with him. My cousin found an opportunity to climb into his bed first, so naturally, I was off the hook." Chen Yisha sneered, then became extremely depressed. "But my grandfather was furious at my ignorance. In the blink of an eye, he found me another match. This time it's an official. His status is higher, but the conditions are even worse. A wretched old man. He's in his 50s or 60s. A mouth full of yellow teeth, looks at people with lecherous eyes, and I heard he has some perverted hobbies." When Chen Yisha first found out, she was trembling with rage. Was her only function to serve others with her body? What were these people thinking? What made her despair the most was that her father seemed to have agreed. Bian Changxi nodded in understanding. Everyone had some rotten relatives. That was why she said the Chen family wasn't made of good stuff either. "Changxi, take me with you next time you go out. I've figured it out. If this continues, I'll be controlled my whole life. I thought that if worst came to worst, I could sell water to survive. But they said I was embarrassing them. I don't understand. Is selling water more shameful than selling my body? Go out. Bian Changxi looked at her and spoke truthfully. It's very dangerous outside. I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to handle it. What about joining a team? I won't drag anyone down. Bian Changxi felt a bit conflicted. In reality, having a useless person in the team was, by definition, dragging everyone down. In field combat, very few teams would specifically bring a pure support water user, unless there were special circumstances where the water user acted as a mobile reservoir. That was why she had found it laughable when Bian Wei appeared at the hungry wholesale market back then. Bian Wei was a pure support water user, meaning she couldn't do anything but release water. She had no skills or combat power. Wood, space, and water were recognized as the three great support elements. For field teams, bringing a wood user was mandatory, and having a space user was ideal. Water users seemed dispensable. Everyone carrying a couple of bottles of water was usually enough. Perhaps because it was easier, most support users were women. Since women were often naturally less inclined toward combat, most remained pure support. Chen Yisha was like this, and so was Lin Rongrong. Bian Changxi had taught them individually how to discover offensive skills, but they just couldn't get the hang of it. She felt quite helpless about it. Take Qiu Feng, for example. Although he was also a water user and had only awakened a month ago, as far as Bian Changxi knew, he was already quite skilled. A support user who could fight was the most sought after. Seeing Bian Changxi's reaction, Chen Yisha slumped her shoulders. Forget it, I was just talking. But you have to help me think of a way out of this. I really don't want to become a mistress to a wretched old man. I'll die. Yeah, I know. I'll help you. The two saw it was getting late, and the temperature was dropping lower and lower. They packed up and returned inside the villa. Chen Yisha and Lin Rongrong stayed in the first-floor guest room, while Bian Changxi was still on the third floor. Passing Gu Shu's room, she secretly thought she should change rooms later. Being so close was just asking for awkwardness, wasn't it? She hadn't thought about leaving the villa. That would be too deliberate. She had done the moving out thing once before. Doing it again would really be a slap in the face. Early the next morning, Chen Yisha and Lin Rongrong left. However, the dining table was full. Everyone was there, a rare full attendance. The atmosphere was a bit strange. Bian Changxi felt like she was facing a tribunal. Probably because she had a guilty conscience. She took her seat. Breakfast consisted of porridge, eggs, toast, milk, and a type of flatbread Auntie Zhao baked herself. Everyone could choose their own combination. Bian Changxi had eaten too much industrial instant food, so she had a fondness for handmade food. She took a flatbread to go with her porridge. The golden, crispy bread was stuffed with minced meat and dried vegetables. It was delicious. Gu Shu had already finished eating. He wiped his mouth and asked, "What are your plans for today?" "I'll go to the hospital first to clear up the work accumulated over the last 2 days and research cure methods for other diseases," Bian Changxi said after swallowing her food. "Then I'll go to the studio. I got some things yesterday. I don't know if Jiang Zhe Chuan can use them." Actually, she wanted to check on the progress of the spatial devices and communication devices. These two projects were basically initiated by her. Now she intended to follow up closely. They needed to be invented within 5 months so she could profit from them. Only then would it be meaningful for Gu Shu. She glanced at him. His determined features held a cool expression, showing nothing unusual. Actually, she felt more than just a little apologetic. He treated her well, yet not only was she ungrateful, but she had also caught him off guard in public. He must be angry inside, right? She lowered her eyes and looked at the bread in her hand. She really was too selfish. "Is something wrong?" she asked. "Yes," Gu Shu said. "I have to go to the troop review today. It's for the 100,000 troops of Jiang City. If it goes smoothly, the command rights will be officially handed over tomorrow. There are many disabled and critically injured soldiers in the army. We've already dispatched a team of wood users, but they might not be able to handle the severe cases. Okay, I understand. What time? You don't need to go too early. I'll have someone follow you. When you come out of the studio, have them drive you over. Bian Changxi thought for a moment. I'll just go after I finish at the hospital. It didn't matter if she went to Jiang Zhuraichuan's place later. Anyway, she hadn't obtained the mutton fat jade yet. The other jades were just for testing. Checking the progress wasn't urgent. Gu Shu nodded. Whatever works. You decide. Watching their perfectly normal conversation, the others felt it was a bit weird. It seemed like something was different, yet subconsciously, they felt these two shouldn't be this lukewarm. Either be a bit warmer and argue, or be colder and have an awkward Cold War. That would be normal, right? With the way things were now, was there something going on or not? Qiao Yun was the most conflicted. He was about to poke a hole through the bottom of his bowl. If not for Qiao Feng's frequent warning glares, he would have blurted out a question with his big mouth. Gu Shu finished speaking and was about to leave the table when Auntie Zhao came in and said, "Team leader Gu, there's a guest outside. He says he moved into the villa next door yesterday and hopes to visit. He calls himself Sun Buchun." Bian Changxi almost knocked over her porridge bowl with her chopsticks. Everyone looked at her. She signaled that she was fine and continued eating, but her mind began to race. She had first heard the name Sun Buchun from Jiangbo. At that time, the tough boss had been injected with a serum similar to a truth serum, so his words shouldn't have been false. After arriving at the base, she had secretly investigated this so-called Sun Buchun. She hadn't known before, but the investigation gave her a fright. Recently, she had slowly learned that this Sun Buchun was very capable. He was originally a wealthy merchant from Jiangnan, a very famous investor in the industry. He had connections in both the underworld and the lawful world, as well as in the military and government. His background was quite substantial. However, she couldn't find out much more. She only knew that he was a big shot in the Sioux City base now. It was said that he provided the manpower and financial resources to build many facilities, and his influence was present in the drafting of many management regulations. The number of ability users under him was astonishingly high. Even the commander-in-chief, Zhuji Yunma, had to give him some face. How did such a person set his sights on her? Bian Changxi couldn't figure it out. But judging by Sun Buchun's speed of development, there was something very wrong. It was too smooth, too outstanding. His shadow was present in the base's development from start to finish. She privately suspected that if this person wasn't a Rebirth returner himself, he had one under his command. While she was thinking, Gu Shu had already let the person in and went to the living room to receive the guest. Two people entered the foyer. The one in front looked to be 32 or 33, in the prime of his life. He was burly and heroic. Compared to Li Bo's bandit-like air, this man had a noble aura of someone who had occupied a high position for a long time. The one behind him was younger, around 23 or 24. His appearance was average, but his face was glowing, showing great health and spirit. He seemed full of energy. Bian Changxi suddenly gripped her chopsticks tight. The first one was Sun Buchun. And the second one. She took a deep breath and lowered her head. That person was in Jibo, a wood element user. A very powerful healing type wood user. In her previous life, he was Gu Shu's imperial physician. He was actually in Sioux City and following Sun Buchun. This person had once cast a shadow over her. That was 1 year after the apocalypse began. Everyone was fleeing to the capital. Bian Changxi had traveled with Zhu Yunhwa and the others, along with the Sioux City base team. When they were close to the capital, they encountered Gu Shu, who was out on a mission. In her previous life, Gu Shu had left Sioux City before the massive zombie tide erupted. It seemed it was because of Qiao Yun's betrayal, which nearly led to Gu Shu being surrounded and killed. Gu Shu counterattacked, causing what almost amounted to a political storm. In the end, Gu Shu escaped with only a few followers, while several high-ranking officials of the Sioux City base died. The social unrest continued until the zombie tide swallowed the city. At that time, Bian Changxi had dealt with Gu Shu quite a few times and greatly admired, perhaps even revered, this resolute, decisive, and powerful man. She had secretly asked around a lot, but couldn't get any useful information. So, when they reunited in the outskirts of the capital half a year later, her chest was almost immediately filled with a magical, intense emotion. By then, he was already a general in the capital. Not only were his foundations deep, but his status was several levels higher than it had been in the Sioux City base. He was always one step ahead. While she was fleeing in a sorry state, he had already finished his struggles and begun to display his brilliance. It felt like looking at flowers from across a river. She could never catch up to his footsteps. Cough, cough. Stop. The point of her recollection was in Jibo. Anyway, she, Ju Yunhwa, and the others benefited from their connection to Gu Shu and found a place to settle in the capital. A few days later, there was an elaborately prepared banquet of gratitude. When they arrived, it was chaos. A high-ranking chief had been assassinated and was in critical condition. The scene back then was truly terrifying. Countless people were shouting for wood users, doctors, blood transfusions, and so on. Soldiers and armed police were running everywhere, arresting people. Relevant or irrelevant, anyone who resisted was shot. They were also thrown to the ground, with their hands tied behind their backs. Before her eyes, Gu Shu, covered in blood, strode over, grabbed a person from the crowd, and shouted the antidote. That person laughed wildly. Gu Shu asked once more, then shot him dead. He killed many people like that. Although it was later proven that those people were the planners and executors, at the time, blood splattered everywhere. One after another, heads exploded like watermelons. It was soul-shaking to watch. Bian Changxi's tolerance was too low back then, and her psychological quality was poor. She admitted she was almost scared silly. The Gu Shu before her was too unfamiliar. She almost felt like he was possessed by a demon. So when he dragged her forward quickly, she didn't react at all. Then she was brought before an old man covered in blood. Looking back later, she only had one thought. Her level among the wood users at that stage must have been pretty good, otherwise Gu Shu wouldn't have dragged her over. At that time, the old man was gasping for breath, his eyes rolled back. His entire left shoulder was gone, revealing a struggling, beating heart that had turned black. Both his legs were severed, bleeding profusely. Obviously, it was trauma plus poisoning. Hopeless. Even the medical staff and several wood users present had given up. But Gu Shu said, "Help me. Save him." His eyes were fervent, stubborn, and full of pleading, as if she were the only hope. But she disappointed him. Her trembling hands couldn't reach out. She didn't know where to start. That was when Njibo appeared. Holding a tray and wearing a nurse's uniform, looking unremarkable but with eyes that were exceptionally unruly, the young man stepped forward and said, "Let me try." And then he succeeded. Although he didn't save the man's life, he gave the old man a chance to leave his last words. Just a few dozen seconds. It earned him a firm handshake from Gu Shu and a lifetime of gratitude. She couldn't forget the way he held his head high, looking proud and elated as he swept his gaze over all the wood users present, especially her. Wood users are born to save people. Saying "I've done my best" is for incompetent doctors. Wood users are supposed to create miracles. Major General Gu, it was an honor to help you. Actually, if it had been a moment earlier, the old chief might not have passed away. Her wretched, pale appearance back then must have formed a sharp contrast with this person's high spirits. Bian Changxi woke from her memories. She looked at the person in the living room with complex eyes. Facts proved that this person was strong and had great potential. Gu Shu took him almost everywhere he went. It was trust as well as promotion. He lived up to expectations, becoming the #1 wood user in the capital within 2 years, his advancement speed shockingly fast. As for her, she was later trapped by those words, constantly asking herself if her incompetence and hesitation had killed that man. It was like a curse. Whenever she thought of Gu Shu's pleading eyes and his attitude of never asking her anything again after that day, her heart felt chilled. The estrangement began from that moment. And from then on, every time she heard the name Njibo, she felt uncomfortable. Seeming to sense a gaze, she turned her head and met Shadow's silent but concerned eyes. She smiled, pushed her bowl away, and stood up. "I'm heading out now." Passing through the living room, she only intended to nod in greeting and leave, but Sun Buchun called out to her, "This must be Miss Bian, right?" Bian Changxi stopped, looked at him indifferently, paused for half a second, and then said hello. Sun Buchun laughed heartily. Major General Gu is so capable. He's surrounded by heroes. Even this beautiful, delicate girl is a dual wood and space user. Able to heal and fight, it really makes one envious. Yesterday, Sun Buchun had come to show his support. Although Gu Shu didn't know why this massive local tyrant was giving him so much face, he didn't have a habit of offending people unnecessarily. He smiled faintly and agreed, "Mr. Sun is too kind. Everyone is working hard on their own." Sun Buchun didn't beat around the bush. "I came here to ask a favor of Major General Gu. My wood user, little N, is the most promising wood user under my command, but he's still stuck at Tier 2. It's giving me a headache that he just won't advance. I heard Miss Bian advanced recently, so I wanted to ask her to mentor little N for a few days. Let him learn from Miss Bian. For the 10 days after he advances, and all the time before that, he will be at your disposal, Major General Gu. Aside from that, we will also provide funds as remuneration." He paused and said with great sincerity, "If you have other requests, you can mention them. To get a Tier 3 wood user to save lives, I, Old Sun, am willing to go all out." Gu Shu was about to decline without thinking. Learn from her. Easier said than done. It was probably just stealing trade secrets. If he didn't succeed in advancing, it would be trouble too. And Njibo took a step forward and spoke quickly, "As long as I can follow Miss Bian and learn, I'll do anything. And if there are cultivation methods that are inconvenient for outsiders to see, you can avoid me or send me away. I absolutely won't take a peek." Sun Buchun added, "I heard Miss Bian takes wood students at the hospital. Taking one more is just the same. Just treat little and like anyone else." Bian Changxi looked at them. They knew so much detail. These two were determined to get what they wanted. Refusing further would be pointless. The question was, why were they really here? Just to learn. In her previous life, she wouldn't have believed even if beaten to death that one day, the Tier 9 wood god would bow his head to learn from her. Her eyes darkened slightly as she looked at Gu Shu. "I have no objections." Gu Shu had intended to refuse Sun Buchun, but hearing Bian Changxi's words and seeing the certainty in her eyes, devoid of any reluctance from being forced and even containing a hint of eagerness, he couldn't bring himself to say she shouldn't force herself. He sighed inwardly. "Since Changxi agrees, I have no objections." He turned to Sun Buchun. "There's no need to talk about being at my disposal, but during these days, there are some things Mr. and will need to listen to Changxi about." Sun Buchun and Njibo naturally agreed profusely. Sun Buchun settled Njibo in and then took his leave. Njibo immediately said to Bian Changxi very tactfully, "Miss Bian, is there anything you need me to do? I'm going to the hospital in a bit. You come with me. Wait for me at the gate first." Okay. Njibo's obedience and awareness of the situation surprised Bian Changxi. Watching him run like a lapdog to stand guard outside the villa gate, she was momentarily confused. Was this really the arrogant, aloof wood god from her previous life? She turned to Gu Shu and said, I have something to tell you. Gu Shu was surprised. This tone, this request, it was a first. He said, shall we go to the study? No need, right here is fine. She stood in front of the sofa and looked around. Everyone was far away, and they were all their own people, so there was nothing to worry about. She lowered her voice. Before coming to the base, you remember that boss Zhang and the attack I encountered, right? Gu Shu looked serious and nodded. Before Zhang Bo died, I injected him with this. She took out the syringe containing the blue liquid, something she had scavenged from the 4S car dealership. There was a whole pack of these syringes, 12 in total. Then he was in great pain. I asked him who ordered it, and he said Sun Buchun's name. Gu Shu looked stern. He took the syringe and examined it closely, then injected a little into a cup on the coffee table. He lowered his head to sniff it lightly, his expression changing as he immediately covered the cup with his hand. It's interrogation water, but a potent type. Some interrogation serums scramble brainwaves to cause hallucinations, while others cause intense pain. This is the second type. However, it should still be an experimental product. Bian Changxi nodded. Then Zhang Bo's words. 9 out of 10 times they're true. Gu Shu thought for a moment and looked up at her. What exactly do they want from you? He wouldn't have asked this before. Bian Changxi was sensitive and irritable, with too many forbidden zones. After hitting a wall a few times early on, he knew he needed to maintain a boundary. Even regarding the sequence of events of the attack that night, he hadn't asked a single question. But now her attitude was open. That meant she was willing to talk about it. My jade bracelet from before, you should have seen it. It was made of top-quality mutton-fat jade. Research from Jiang Zhureichuan's side concluded that mutton-fat jade is the ideal material for making spatial devices. She was telling the truth, but only half of it. She paused, then added, actually, there are quite a few strange treasures in the apocalypse. This was admitting that her mutton-fat jade bracelet was one of those treasures. Gu Shu understood. Suddenly, he seemed to connect the dots to something else. He didn't ask further. He turned the syringe in his hand and fell silent. After a moment, he said, I understand. Don't clash with Sun Buchun directly. Leave him to me. He frowned. As for Njibo outside, you'd better not have contact with him. It's fine. There are no restricted areas in the hospital. Would users from other factions sneak in to observe too? Since they can, it doesn't matter if Njibo is there. He's just a healing-type wood user. He can't stir up much trouble. Seeming to recall something, a shadow passed over Bian Changxi's brow, but she smiled immediately. Besides, he seems quite good at healing. I want to test him. Gu Shu unexpectedly remembered a military dog he had seen at the training base before. Initially, it was small and weak, always bullied by the other larger wolf dogs. One day during a group fight, it was bitten severely several times. Afterward, it became quiet, as if it had lost its temper, acting depressed all day. But when he observed closely, he always found a fierce light in its eyes. It was simply conserving its strength and holding its breath, preparing to bite back. The current Bian Changxi seemed like she had been holding her breath for a long time and was ready to reclaim her ground. Her eyes flashed with a cold brilliance, looking full of fighting spirit. Suddenly, he was a bit curious about this Njibo. He stopped trying to dissuade her. Then be careful yourself. You can call him over in a bit. Bian Changxi knew this referred to treating the wounded soldiers. MN, okay. It's not appropriate for you to be out without someone to run errands. I've arranged 2 people for you. They are just outside the villa. Try using them first. If you're not satisfied, we can switch them. If you have your own candidates, you can switch to them too. No need to have reservations. They will take you to the military camp later. Bian Changxi paused. All right. She walked out. When she got to the yard and saw the lush vegetables, she suddenly remembered that the temperature would drop soon. The Sioux City base had a specialized planting base she had visited. Gu Shu had also set up 2 planting grounds for the Jiang City side quite a while ago, as well as a Chinese medicine planting ground. If they didn't prepare, the recent crops would likely suffer heavy losses. She needed to mention frost prevention measures to Gu Shu later. Speaking of planting Chinese medicine, back in the new district, she had planned to open a plot of land in the farm to grow herbs. Later, to save her, the farm sacrificed all the crops, turning them into withered plants, and those herbs became fertilizer for the black soil. The matter had fizzled out, and she had forgotten about it. This could be put back on the agenda. Someone followed her out. She looked back, it was Shadow. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to the hospital too. I'm idle anyway." As he spoke, his eyes were on Njibo outside. Sun Buchun gave him a very bad feeling, and Njibo didn't look like a good person either. He had heard Bian Changxi and Gu Shu's conversation just now. He actually felt that since Bian Changxi knew the other party had bad intentions, interacting with Njibo was a very reckless move. Gu Shu actually didn't stop it, but Shadow was a bit worried. Bian Changxi laughed involuntarily. "How are you idle? Didn't I say you need to rest in bed for half a month?" Shadow frowned. "I'm fine." She looked at his complexion. It was indeed okay. This person was comparable to a cockroach. His recovery ability far exceeded her imagination. But she looked left and right, then beckoned Shadow to move to a hidden spot where no one was around. Inside the house, under the glass window, Chio Yun's eyes went wide. Whoa, an affair. He was still slurping his porridge. Chio Feng glared at him sharply. "Eat your food." Gu Pei was packing his things to leave, whispering, "It's because there are too many people gossiping that things are so stiff now." Although it wasn't too stiff, it wasn't going in the direction everyone expected. The atmosphere was a bit weird too. Wu Daleng also shook his head. Disaster comes from the mouth. Chio Yun, not only have you not fixed this bad habit, but how is it getting worse? Talking nonsense at home. He picked up his crutch, preparing to go behind the villa to exercise. He didn't need the crutch to walk anymore, but he couldn't walk fast yet. He was out all day yesterday, so today he was ordered to stay and watch the house properly. Watch the house. Fortunately, these days were almost over. He wasn't restless like Shadow. He was obedient, he would recover. Before he could walk out, he saw Shadow coming back in, looking a bit dispirited. He was amused. What got chased back? Glancing up, he saw Bian Changxi had already gotten into the car, which was just driving away. Shadow ignored him and walked straight ahead. "Hey, where are you going?" "Bed rest." Chio Yun clicked his tongue with a mouthful of porridge. The doctor's words are more effective than the boss's words. "Boss, your authority is under threat." Gu Shu raised his eyes coolly. "If you can't finish your meal, sit there all day." He then called Chio Feng over, and the two began to discuss Sun Buchun in low voices. Bian Changxi sat in the car. The driver was a young man, a Tier 2 wind element user. He came from the military and was a very tough Special Forces soldier. These conditions were similar to Chio Yun, but this one was absolutely silent. When he introduced himself just now, he just said Lin He, and then not another half sentence. Sitting next to her was a young woman, one of the 2 female bodyguards on her balcony yesterday. A very cool, sharp woman who also didn't talk much. Her gestures, clothing, and accessories all fully reflected her efficiency. Her name was Zhao Anen, a Tier 2 ice element user. Before the apocalypse, she was a beautiful bodyguard. Bian Changxi looked at the file in her hand. It seemed her true identity was an assassin who had received Gu Shu's favor in the past. Lin He had also executed a mission under Gu Shu before. The 2 people Gu Shu found for her. Well, they were professional enough, and their toughness was unquestionable. To have a connection with Gu Shu here in the south was absolutely rare. They could be cultivated as trusted aides. It showed he had put thought into it. But having them act as her driver and bodyguard, wasn't it a waste of talent? The car was icy cold. Bian Changxi felt a bit oppressed. And Jibo, who came from an ordinary background, couldn't handle it even more. Sitting in the passenger seat, he sat ramrod straight, staring ahead, extremely constrained. Bian Changxi asked Zhao Enen, "What did you do before?" "I mean before today." The file didn't mention this. Zhao Enen didn't look sideways. "I managed a team of Tier 2 ability users, 50 people in total. Mainly patrolling and training, always preparing to go out of the base for combat." She spoke the truth, hiding nothing, nor showing dissatisfaction about being demoted from a captain to a private bodyguard. Bian Changxi looked at Lin He. He said about the same. The difference is mainly resisting external provocations and disturbances. Meaning his duty was even more important than Zhao Enen's. Bian Changxi secretly thought my sins. These were two generals. The car drove fast and steady, and soon they arrived at Jiang City Medical. Lin He went to park the car. Zhao Enen followed closely behind Bian Changxi. As she walked, Bian Changxi said to Jibo, whose eyes held some curiosity, "You will stay by my side in a while. I might need you to help treat some patients. Don't ask too many questions, don't talk too much. Don't be surprised if you see patients with bizarre symptoms. Maintain composure and respect, even if it's just on the surface. You said you came to learn from me, but I won't specifically teach you anything, and I have nothing to teach. Watch and comprehend it yourself." And Jibo nodded earnestly. I understand. I won't ask what shouldn't be asked, and I won't say what shouldn't be said. I'll only bring a pair of eyes and ears." Zhao Enen glanced at Bian Changxi with slight surprise, thinking this lady had quite an imposing manner. Bian Changxi's expression remained indifferent as she stepped into the inpatient department. The director of the inpatient department had received the news long ago and hurried downstairs to welcome her. "Miss Bian, you're finally here. Everyone has been panicked since you didn't come for the past 2 days. They couldn't eat or drink soup, and those patients couldn't even sleep well, stretching their necks looking toward the door every day." This director was the vice president of a large hospital in Jiang City before the apocalypse. His name was Jiang Fu. He didn't have much professional skill, but he was particularly snobbish. He would praise those who should be praised to the skies and trample those who should be trampled without mercy. It was quite annoying, but he was very smooth in handling certain affairs. To put it harshly, he played both sides. To put it nicely, he was slick and worldly. Hospitals were places prone to disputes, especially the inpatient department where resources were tight and the atmosphere was lifeless. Both patients and workers were irritable, and accidents could easily happen. But putting a big shot here to oversee things wasn't possible. Lu Xiaoyang was originally managing this area, but after he got the Chinese medicine planting ground, he mainly focused on that and developing new drugs. He was too busy to touch the ground. So after Gu Shu took over Jiang City Medical again, the slippery Jiang Fu found his day in the sun. Of course, he had been trained. The higher-ups had lectured him thoroughly several times. Now he was diligent and trembling with fear, just aiming to secure his position as director and then get promoted and rich. Bian Changxi was his god of wealth. Through various channels, he learned that this great wood user had a special status leading directly to the big boss, Gu Shu. Only if she worked here regularly would the big boss's gaze turn here more often, and only then could he show his face more. Besides, working with Bian Changxi gave him face too. Listening to this flattery, Bian Changxi was secretly amused. The one stretching his neck every day was probably him. "Director Jiang, tell me about the situation over the last 2 days." The group walked inside. Jiang Fu was prepared, opening a file folder in his hand. "Let's talk about the 2 types of patients Miss Bian is currently treating. The ulcerative type and the atrophic type. There were originally 708 people. As of 3 days ago, 93 had been discharged. In the last 2 days, no one else has been discharged. For the 20 patients Miss Bian is currently treating, we arranged for 3 wood users to treat them, but they could only stabilize the condition. Only 2 cases show signs of recovery. Jiang Fu shook his head as he spoke. Those wood users were far inferior to Bian Changxi. 3 people for 2 days, no, 3 days now. They spent all day in the wards, using all their strength, but they just couldn't cure anyone. He continued, among the patients of these 2 types who haven't been scheduled for treatment yet, 5 cases have worsened. We temporarily invited Mr. Liang Diziyin. He barely managed to control it, but their lives are still in danger at any moment. As for the other 4 types of patients, 7 people have passed away successively in the last 2 days. Bian Changxi paused. The other 4 types were the ones she couldn't treat before. When she was there, she could only use her ability to stabilize whoever was dying. Only 2 people had died over many days before, but now 7 had died in just 2 or 3 days. She said first, go to the 20 people currently under treatment. Arrange for the critically ill among those 2 types. I'll go see them later. Select 2 mild cases from each of the other 4 types. Jiang Fu was excited. Was she going to conquer those 4 types of patients? The high cure rate for strange diseases at Jiang City Medical made it the flagship of the entire base's medical system. If all the strange diseases could be cured, Jiang City Medical's prestige would rise to another level, and he, the inpatient director, would naturally share the credit. He whispered again, for the 1 daily slot open to the public, 2 patients have already accumulated. Yesterday, they almost caused a scene. Bian Changxi sneered. Let them cause a scene. See if they can make their illness disappear by making noise. Jiang Fu shrank his neck. A favorite was a favorite. The slots open to the public were limited, and those who got in were important figures. But Miss Bian always treated them like ordinary patients. This time she was actually angry. That sneer sent chills down his spine. His eyesight was good. It seemed Miss Bian had indeed advanced. The pressure she gave off was greater, and her temper seemed to have grown too. And Jibo followed behind, listening intently. When he heard the data earlier, he was shocked. In terms of mortality rate, Bian Changxi was single-handedly suppressing it. Didn't the deaths increase as soon as she was gone? Actually, by now, people with these strange diseases, except for those from Jiang City, had mostly died out. Most were either killed or committed suicide. Although tragic, it was an end to their suffering. 9 out of 10 survivors were figures of some standing who couldn't die easily. Having hundreds or thousands of patients like Jiang City was unique. As far as he knew, half of these patients were poisoned by humans before the Mid-Autumn Festival. If not for Bian Changxi, these 1,000 people would have died one by one, ruining Jiang City's reputation, and Gu Shu would likely have had a hard time cleaning up the mess. Was this the function of a wood user? His heart surged slightly. Bian Changxi was thinking about roughly the same thing. The resources these patients consumed daily were a huge number. The Jiang City group hadn't brought in supplies from outside on a large scale yet, so these people had to be cured as soon as possible. Otherwise, the golden signboard of Jiang City Medical, which had been built with great difficulty, would become a rotting sign eaten by pests, turning into a laughingstock. Screech, the sound of emergency brakes, rang out from the hospital pavilion outside. A stretcher was rushed in, and someone sprinted ahead to intercept them. Miss Bian, please stop. I am the guard of Vice Commander J. GNHWA. Today's public diagnosis slot belongs to our chief. Look, could you? Bian Changxi had already walked into the inpatient department lobby and was about to step into the elevator. She couldn't see the situation outside clearly. When the stretcher was carried to the main entrance, Jiang Fu was slightly dissatisfied. Wasn't this cutting in line? But her face turned serious. She pressed her hand down at Jiang Fu, signaling him to wait, and walked over quickly to lift the quilt. The person on the stretcher had a rotting face, with short white maggots crawling on it. A foul stench hit her face. And Jibo's expression changed upon seeing this. This person was already rotting. Saying he was a dead man wasn't far off. Wasn't sending him here, just adding bad luck. The staff of Jiang City Medical also turned pale with horror and disgust, thinking this was another person here to crash the scene, even more severe and annoying than that Wu Hao guy from before. The guard had a look of pleading on his face, and the people by the stretcher looked anxious and pained. Bian Changxi knew this wasn't a scene crasher. But it was strange, it was so severe, why send him now? Even without a slot, sending him to the villa, regardless of face, would have been an option. Yesterday, when Staff Officer Xu Chang was seriously injured, they boldly blocked the door. This was a vice commander himself. Back when she was Tier 2, this person definitely couldn't have been saved. Fortunately, she had advanced. She flipped her left hand, and a sturdy, emerald-green sprout encased in a layer of ice emerged from her palm. The air was instantly purified. The people around inhaled the fresh, crisp scent and felt immediately invigorated. And Jibo's eyes went wide. This main body sprout was so strange. It looked different from his. Bian Changxi plucked a leaf and put it into Jianhua's mouth, which had lost its shape. The leaf melted on contact, turning into white, green, and red currents that flowed into his body. Immediately, his complexion improved. The rot receded visibly, flesh and blood recovered rapidly, the maggots died instantly, and the person transformed from a rotting corpse back into a normal human shape. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Bian Changxi said, Director Jiang, arrange for hospitalization. Treat him in order later. After speaking, she walked back to the lobby with a normal expression. Jiang Fu was stunned for 2 seconds, before trembling with excitement. Yes, hospitalization. Upstairs in the wards, the 20 patients were arranged in 5 adjacent rooms, 4 to a room. This was already very good treatment. Although nearly 100 people had been discharged, meaning the beds in the corridors were gone, the wards were still tight, mostly with 5 or 6 people squeezed into one room. Everyone was even more attentive to Bian Changxi, immediately handing over medical records and bringing chairs. The group made a big scene, confusing the patients, medical staff, and the 3 wood users in the ward. However, seeing Bian Changxi, they were also very excited. Bian Changxi didn't rush to treat them. First, she looked at the 2 patients showing signs of recovery, then at the 3 wood users. These 3 were on Gu Shu's list of key talents to cultivate. They had followed her for a few days before, and she had specifically instructed them. Actually, she wasn't the only wood user capable of curing these strange diseases. There were 3 or 4 in the base, just with differences in efficiency and degree. Those people from the public slots who left her care were often cured by the joint efforts of countless wood doctors under them. So, the fact that these wood users couldn't cure the patients surprised and displeased her. Her displeasure showed on her face as a darkening expression. The 3 wood users were apprehensive. Miss Bian, we are incompetent. We're sorry. Bian Changxi waved her hand and turned to Jibo. Mr. N, have you researched this disease? Can you lend me a hand? Me? And Jibo pointed at himself. Well, I've treated 2 cases before. Those 2 cases were very mild, lighter than anyone in this room. But he had treated them, and Sun Buchun had rewarded him heavily for it. Treating these people alone wasn't impossible for him. He felt discouraged for a moment, then straightened his back. Bian Changxi nodded. That's good. I have a new plan that can cure the patients quickly, but it might cause physical weakness for a period of time. This requires wood users to continuously release energy to nourish them. Our hospital has few wood users. We can barely afford one for every 5 wards. We're already over limit here, and I don't have the face to ask for more people. So I have to ask for your help. She smiled faintly, fixing her gaze on him. Bian Changxi thought to herself, I really am not a good person. Bringing Njibo along naturally wasn't to take him as an apprentice, nor was it hoping he would comprehend something from her and become stronger. She hadn't lost her mind. Objectively speaking, she felt it would look bad if she didn't agree back then. Since she had already told Gu Shu about Sun Buchun, although not explicitly spelling everything out, as long as Gu Shu was alert to this person, Sun Buchun wouldn't be able to take advantage of anything regardless of his goals. If Sun Buchun was nothing to worry about, and Jibo couldn't stir up any waves either. Subjectively, she wanted to see how much ability the current and Jibo had. Most importantly, she still held a grudge. Those words that pointed at the mulberry to curse the locust tree had always rankled her, causing her to doubt herself for a time. Could someone look down on those slightly weaker just because they were a bit stronger? In her previous life, she often fantasized about becoming incredibly powerful and then running in front of him to hold her head high. The result, however, was that she worked hard and diligently cultivated to Tier 6, only to damage her ability and die young, stuck at that stage forever. Meanwhile, the great imperial physician and rose straight to the top, becoming a rare Tier 9, just one step away from being able to bring the dead back to life. The difference between clouds and mud was nothing more than this. Bian Changxi felt very aggrieved. Now that her luck had turned and their roles were reversed, with the opportunity delivered right to her door, she would feel she was too kind if she didn't return that grievance to him. Positioning Njibo in a support role for cleanup work, Bian Changxi smiled, ignoring his eager yet slightly depressed look. She turned around and lifted her left hand. 4 thin, tough, exquisite vines drilled out of her palm, elongated, and wrapped around the right wrists of 4 patients respectively. Vines growing out of a human body. The process was terrifying and disgusting to think about. In fact, it was true. Many wood users were disliked because they looked like tree monsters. But the same action, done by Bian Changxi, had a strange beauty to it. It was good-looking, efficient, and almost carried a faint fragrance. Everyone present watched unblinkingly. After advancing to Tier 3, the energy in Bian Changxi's body became even more majestic. But at that time, it was just a change in quantity. After practicing the control aspect the next day and waking up from a 2-day coma, it seemed there was a qualitative change. The energy circulating in her body carried endless vitality. The life force of the wood element was revealed completely. She vaguely understood that although the control aspect was hard to practice, the benefits it brought were immeasurable. It could even lead her into another realm. So the treatment was incredibly smooth. Shadow's super strong recovery actually confirmed this from the side. The energy flow followed the 4 vines to the 4 patients. Clearly, there wasn't a massive amount of energy. It was like moisturizing things silently. But the 4 patients felt their bodies lighten instantly. It was as if they had taken countless tonics. Their whole being perked up. They felt warmth all over their bodies. They saw with their own eyes flesh growing over many ulcerated areas. Some places that had healed but left pits began to regrow. Their vision improved, their sense of smell became sharper, and joints stiff from illness could move again. It was like being reborn. When Bian Changxi withdrew her hand, everyone looked healthy, full of color, with rosy faces and healed skin and flesh. Bian Changxi said, "You will feel tired very soon. But that doesn't matter. I mobilized the active factors in your bodies, making your bodies participate in part of the active growth and repair, so you need to consume energy yourselves. Just replenish your energy in time later." Aside from the wood users, Director Jiang, the diet must keep up. With a day of nursing, they can be discharged. Yes. Yes. Jiang Fu was so excited he only knew how to say this, looking at Bian Changxi with eyes full of worship. Bian Changxi handed these 4 patients over to a wood user and went to the next ward. Then the next. By the time the last room was finished, even she was exhausted despite her power. Originally, these people would have needed another 4 or 5 days of treatment to recover. She suddenly compressed the time and used a high amount of ability in a short period, so her spirit couldn't quite hold up. 5 wards. The last 2 were given to Njibo. He had 8 weak patients to take care of alone, and soon he was stretched to the limit, sweating all over. Like Bian Changxi, he released several vines at once, but he quickly found it consumed too much mental energy. Not everyone could multitask, and as a Tier 2, his total energy couldn't support this method for long. He quickly gave up and obediently transported energy one by one. However, he was indeed more capable than the 3 wood users, and his use of abilities was much more proficient. But to Bian Changxi, he looked only slightly better than Liang Diziyin. Liang Diziyin died in Sioux City in the previous life, while Njibo became the top wood user. It showed that personal fortune was truly a wondrous thing. Bian Changxi's eyes were dark as she watched the figure sweating profusely from busyness. She whispered, "Chief Imperial Physician, huh? A decent helper." She replenished her energy with a crystal core, rested her mind briefly, and went to the critically ill patients she had selected. After that, she went to the 3 VIP patients from the public slots. Then she went to research the other 4 types of patients. She was as busy as a spinning top. The number of green cores used could be described as countless. She soon discovered she was about to become a green core popper. Actually, she really didn't like this monotonous and mentally draining treatment work. However, in her previous life, she had found confidence and fulfillment in this kind of work. To be honest, the feeling of saving people was quite good, so she didn't reject returning to her old trade in this life. But while doing the treatment, she was still thinking about finishing these patients quickly so she could be liberated. But thinking about the sheer number of people left gave her a headache. Previously, a patient needed a course of treatment ranging from 1 to 2 weeks. She could handle 10 to 20 patients at a time. Discharging over 90 people in 20+ days was already a result of good luck and rushing. Now, even with improved ability and efficiency, there was still a long road ahead to finish the job. After observing and testing a patient whose whole body was calcified like a plaster statue, Bian Changxi rubbed her temples, completed the medical record, leaned back in her chair, and unconsciously tapped her index and middle fingers together while deep in thought. Zhao Enen had fully appreciated the energy of this super doctor. She had saved who knew how many lives in one morning. Zhao Enen was dazzled and numb watching it. What was most admirable was that, although one could sense she didn't really like doing this, she still put on a 120% serious attitude when facing those strange patients. Like treating this as a profession. Actually, with her status and ability, she didn't need to work this hard at all. Even if she stayed in the villa every day and only contributed when Gu Shu's core group needed it, no one would say anything. A top-tier wood user, should she be moved around like a cabbage? But not only did she do it, she did it with exceptional seriousness and responsibility. Before contacting Bian Changxi, Zhao Enen had thought she would be a rather spoiled, willful, and arrogant girl. But now, she was starting to admire her. Later, when they became familiar, she brought up this topic. At that time, Bian Changxi laughed and jokingly said me, "When I'm willful, I can be very willful, even unreasonable and hurtful. So for things within my power, it's better to put in 120% effort. This is called saving up merit in advance to make up for sins when needed." At this moment, she whispered a reminder, "Miss Bian, do you think we should head out?" Bian Changxi roused from her thoughts and looked at the electronic clock on the wall. It was almost 11. So fast. She stood up and ungracefully patted her butt. Let's go to the military camp." "What about Njibo?" "May bring him along." Actually, she really wanted him to stay here as a volunteer forever. But leaving without him would be hard to explain. However, the military camp surely had places that needed volunteers too. Bian Changxi nodded, feeling no regret. On her way out, she passed a ward where suppressed sobbing could be heard. A vaguely familiar voice was saying, "Old chief, you must pull yourself together." We can't do without you. Ahan is still waiting for you to avenge him." She didn't mean to eavesdrop or peek, but passing the door, she naturally glanced inside. Through the half-open door, a tall young man stood by the hospital bed. He happened to look up and see her. His face immediately lit up with joy. "Gu Shu's Wood Element Lady. Thank you so much for this time." Bian Changxi's face almost froze halfway. She had seen this person not long ago. It was Zhu Yiming, the regiment commander of the field army who led a small detachment to save people at the Jiandai Tunnel. But this form of address, Zhu Yiming strode out. His eyes were still a bit red, but he suddenly remembered something. Oh, I forgot, some jokes can't be made. I misspoke. Miss Bian, thank you so much for today. Without you, Commander Ji probably would have been in grave danger. Bian Changxi realized then that the person in the ward was J. GNHWA. She had cured J. GNHWA an hour ago. At that time, he was still in the ward downstairs. The wards on this floor had better facilities and a more comfortable environment. Not just anyone could get in. The director had to nod. In other words, one needed connections with Gu Shu. If J. GNHWA was Zhu Yiming's superior, it made sense. Gu Shu and Zhu Yiming had a very good relationship, especially after eliminating the strange creatures in the Jiandai Tunnel. They were close both publicly and privately. Thinking of this, she smiled. Is Commander Ji doing okay? A hoarse but still relatively strong voice came from the ward. Is it Dr. Bian? Little Zhu, invite her in quickly. Bian Changxi walked in. The man who had maggots on him this morning was now leaning against the headboard. His spirit was decent. His eyes were red too, but his expression had been tidied up completely. Bian Changxi noticed his complexion was slightly worse than when she finished treating him. Presumably, it was caused by grief. Commander Ji, how do you feel now? Good, couldn't be better. JGNHWA chuckled, showing no sign of sadness. His self-control was amazing. I've met little Gu. He's a young man with ideas and boldness. Now it seems he's also very lucky to have found such an extraordinary wood user like you. The achievements I have today are the result of Major General Gu's dedicated cultivation. I'm the one who's fortunate, Bian Changxi said politely. While her words weren't entirely true, there was some merit to them. If Gu Shu hadn't created a worry-free and safe environment for her, and even personally accompanied her to the Red Sun wholesale market, she might not have advanced so smoothly. Even the vegetable patch at the villa had played a significant role. Commander Ji, let me check on you again. No, that's not necessary. You're very busy. Don't waste your efforts on an old man like me. JGNHWA was dismissive, but Zhu Yiming was very attentive. This time, Bian Changxi placed her hand directly on JGNHWA's forearm. A quick probe confirmed her suspicions. JGNHWA's condition was slightly worse than before. His body was already severely weakened from the grave illness. Maggots had even appeared on his face. He was only a breath away from death. Bian Changxi had used a leaf from her main plant body to forcibly reverse this state, then supplemented it with her wood ability to promote his body's repair and tissue regeneration until all his systems reached a state of equilibrium and resumed normal life functions. On the surface, JGNHWA seemed to be out of danger, but the damage to his body was still quite severe. He lacked stamina, so to speak. On top of that, he wasn't resting properly and was experiencing major emotional swings, which his body immediately reacted to. Bian Changxi estimated that he was about to fall gravely ill. This time, it would be a normal illness, but it would still be life-threatening. Every patient she had treated was desperate to live, so they all had positive attitudes and didn't suffer relapses after recovery. But if a case emerged where someone she treated died of illness shortly after, it wouldn't reflect well on her. She smiled and said, Commander Ji's illness has fully recovered, but his body is still a bit weak. If he can relax, eat well, drink well, sleep well, and supplement it with wood element conditioning, he'll be fine after a few days of recuperation. As she spoke, she transferred energy into him. JGNHWA felt a wave of drowsiness, a kind of sleepiness his body desperately needed. It was a comfortable exhaustion. So despite the heavy weight on his heart, his eyes gradually closed, and soon, soft snores could be heard. Zhu Yiming and JGNHWA's guard stared with wide eyes. The guard whispered excitedly, "Old G hasn't closed his eyes for several days. Since yesterday, he's been." Bian Changxi nodded. "He'll probably sleep until tonight. Don't disturb him. If he can wake up naturally, it won't be a big problem. It would be best to give him some nutritional IV fluids during this time, but a healthcare professional should prescribe that. I'm not an expert in that area." Zhu Yiming walked Bian Changxi out. "I really don't know how to thank you." He could also see that JGNHWA's condition was not good. But with such a heavy burden on his mind, how could he possibly rest well? No amount of persuasion had worked. The main thing is not to let him get too agitated. Commander G is not young anymore, and negative emotions like frustration are extremely detrimental to his recovery. External treatment is important, but ultimately it depends on the body itself. He wasn't like this before. Ever since he got this strange disease, the chief has always been cheerful, no matter how much pressure he was under. But yesterday, his only son was outside the base, someone set him up, and he was bitten by a zombie. Bian Changxi was shocked. Then now, Zhu Yiming shook his head grimly. When the chief got the news, he was just stunned for a long while. Who knew that after going back to his room to sleep for a bit, he'd end up like that? He looks relaxed now, but I'll have to trouble you to keep an eye on him. I want the chief to stay in the hospital for a few more days. Outside, I'll take him back after I've cleaned things up. A thick killing intent flashed in his eyes. Bian Changxi said, "I'll come to check on him every day." The two of them walked in front, with Zhao Anen, Lin He, and Njibo following behind. They quickly exited the hospital. Only then did Zhu Yiming realize he had been so agitated and angry that he was walking as fast as the wind. Yet Bian Changxi had kept up the entire time. He stopped and smiled apologetically. "Where are you headed? Let me give you a ride." "No need, we have our own car." Lin He immediately went to the garage to get the car. Zhu Yiming suddenly remembered. "I know. You're going to your military camp. Gu Shu is there too, right? I think there's an inspection today. I happen to have something to discuss with him. You should take my car." Since he put it that way, Bian Changxi had no choice but to agree. The so-called military camp was actually a collection of hastily built houses and tents on a patch of withered woodland, barely enough to accommodate tens of thousands of soldiers. Normally, the soldiers of the Jiang City military region shouldn't have been treated so poorly. It was just that when they first entered the base, Chu Shangjin's power was nominal, but he did everything he could to drag them down. Gu Shu and Hu Aichuan were nominally partners, but Hu Aichuan was solely focused on currying favor with the bigwigs of Sioux City base and didn't manage practical affairs much. Gu Shu had fought for housing, equal status, and empty land for future development for hundreds of thousands of people, as well as some resources for production. This had already taken a lot of time. Managing and arranging for hundreds of thousands of people was also a massive project. At that time, soldiers and civilians lived together, with different groups in different areas, relying on each other for support. By the time everything was settled and they could start detailed planning, Hu Aichuan suddenly returned. As the sole deputy commander, he took more than 100,000 troops with him. At the time, he had made arrangements with the higher-ups, claiming to have secured a piece of land in an excellent location to build a modern military camp, complete with top-notch facilities. This would provide the soldiers with a superior environment and ensure the military region's independence and transcendent status. Gu Shu's design philosophy at the time was to integrate the army with the masses. For example, each residential community would have a small unit stationed there for protection and management. At first glance, it seemed like the army would become nannies for the people, and their numbers would be dispersed. Over time, what cohesion would be left between the small units? The Jiangxi military region would exist in name only. With Hu Aichuan's propaganda, of course, the majority of the soldiers sided with him. He successfully took the men, leaving Gu Shu with 450,000 people who were weak in strength and poorly organized. He probably thought that after they were severely bullied by other factions in the base, they would beg him to bring the army back for support. Unfortunately for him, Gu Shu disappointed him. He even secured more space for survival and development, as well as more benefits and better treatment, achieving a strong rise in the management class and peaceful development for the lower class. By the time everyone came to their senses, the Jiangxi group was already a massive entity in Sioux City base, like a banner flying ever more brightly in the wind. Conversely, Hu Aichuan's so-called prime land was swindled away. Much later, he only managed to get a withered forest in the most remote location. After driving for half an hour, the scenery became more and more open. A row of withered yellow fir trees appeared in their field of vision. Driving further, a camp of varying heights and uneven structures appeared before Bian Changxi's eyes. Between several of the neatest rows of iron sheet barracks was a huge, yellow earth training ground. At this moment, a crowd was slowly dispersing. Some large trucks were slowly driving out, heading towards them, apparently leaving the area. Before they reached the training ground, Zhu Yiming's car was stopped. The cold-faced bodyguard in the back seat was about to show his credentials when the person saw Bian Changxi in the passenger seat. He immediately stood at attention, saluted, and said with a mix of solemnity and excitement, "Miss Bian is here. We have been ordered by Major General Gu to welcome you. Please follow us." With that, he got on a motorcycle and led the way. Zhu Yiming stepped on the gas and followed, shrugging. "Your face is more useful than any ID or license plate." He added, "Gu Shu, that kid is cunning." He settled a group of common folks properly, but secretly used underhanded tactics to get the army into this place. This environment is harsh enough to be considered exile. I heard many people have secretly pledged allegiance to him. He already controls nearly half of the 100,000 troops. Is that true? How would Bian Changxi know if it was true? But the meaning behind his words made her frown. Before she could speak, Zhao spoke up coldly. "The reason the army ended up here is because Xu Chang played dirty. The Su family helped, and Chu Shangjin, under the banner of fighting for the army's interests, competed with Hu Aichuan for the application rights. Hu Aichuan couldn't win against them himself. What does it have to do with our boss?" Bian Changxi also nodded. Gu Shu is a soldier himself. He naturally respects soldiers. He wouldn't joke about their treatment. Zhu Yiming shrugged again. "All right, I shouldn't have spoken ill of Gu Shu in front of you. So you're saying Chu Shangjin used a big name to his advantage, got the land, and then sold it to someone else? I heard a trade market, an auction house, a bank, and various shops and residences have all been built there. It's bound to be very prosperous in the future. How can your commander Chu be so black-hearted? I heard he was the one who planned the earlier poisoning incident. What happened with that?" Bian Changxi felt something was off. Was he fishing for information? Zhao Enen was already saying there wasn't enough evidence, and Chu Shangjin defected to Xu Chang, so our boss couldn't do anything to him. But the relevant researchers were all arrested. So where did the poison come from? It was extracted from the corpses of humans and mutant beasts that had been soaking in a sewage pool for days. Oh my God, these people are disgusting. I heard that mad inventor, Chu Yi, was also involved in this. Bian Changxi took over the conversation. He was just a front. The real researchers were someone else. What else have you heard? Zhu Yiming chuckled. It's just that this kind of scandal is embarrassing to ask Gu Shu about. I was afraid he'd lose face. Zhao Wenan realized she had been tricked into talking and glared at the back of Zhu Yiming's head, shutting her mouth. Zhu Yiming suddenly lowered his voice. Those people can turn a perfectly fine person into a monster. Do you think it's possible to reverse the process? Turn a monster back into a good person. For example, turning a zombie back into a normal human. The car suddenly stopped. Bian Changxi stared at him with wide eyes. Zhu Yiming gripped the steering wheel, looking at Gu Shu, who was talking to someone in front of a barrack and had just turned to look their way. Latest news. Commander-in-Chief Zhu Jie's side has established a project to study whether zombies can be made obedient and normal. And they know about you and Song Annian. It's not impossible that they'll knock you out and drag you away for dissection someday. He licked his lips, his eyes blazing with infinite ambition and fervor. Instead of being passive, why don't we get ahead of them and make a move? Bian Changxi was startled, but she quickly calmed down. Researching how to turn zombies back into humans, or taming them to be obedient, was something a few Bases had secretly attempted in her past life. However, that was all 3 or 4 years into the apocalypse. It had only been 4 months since the apocalypse began. Everyone had just suffered a catastrophe. Food, clothing, and shelter were not yet properly managed, and a new social environment was still being busily constructed. Even Gu Shu could only focus on internal development for now. Who had the leisure to study zombies? They had more than enough to study about themselves. Compared to turning zombies back, turning ordinary people into ability users was far more practical. Moreover, in her past life, she had never heard of any success in this kind of research, even up to the day she died. It was a bottom-milliliter cesspit that consumed enormous amounts of time, effort, and resources. The idea was good, but it wasn't feasible and had little value. Especially since Gu Shu was leaving in less than half a year, and Sioux City was destined to fall anyway. She was also preparing to go to the capital with him. So what was the point of conducting research that would only require investment without any returns for the foreseeable future? So she said, I'm just a wood element user. I can't sort out the pros and cons of this matter, nor can I make the decision. You'll have to discuss it with Gu Shu. Zhu Yiming was a little disappointed. He had thought Bian Changxi would be more excited. After all, if this succeeded, it would be a world-changing event that could alter history. Most importantly, Bian Changxi was indeed the best candidate for this kind of research. He had heard that she was the one who saved Song Annian after he had already turned. That was at the very beginning of the apocalypse. Now that her abilities had improved, she should be even more confident in her success. You're right. I'll discuss it with Gu Shu. Speaking of Gu Shu, he had probably seen that Bian Changxi was taking a long time to get out of the car and had already walked a couple of steps over. Bian Changxi quickly pushed the door open. I'm late. Zhu Yiming also got out, slamming the car door shut. He laughed heartily at Gu Shu and said, Gu Shu, I've delivered your great doctor. He then stepped closer and lowered his voice. Old Ji is fine now. Words can't express my gratitude. I'll remember this favor for the rest of my life. Gu Shu's eyes flickered. He had only learned about Jie Jianhua's situation after he was already in the hospital. He had heard all the gruesome details and was prepared for the worst. He wasn't very close to Jie Jianhua. They had only spoken a few times because of Zhu Yiming. However, more than half of Ji's faction held a grudge against him, so he had sent his men over, ready to escort Bian Changxi back at the first sign of trouble. Who would have thought that less than an hour later, news came that the man was out of danger? He looked at Bian Changxi, whose expression was as calm as ever, and said, I didn't contribute at all. You're thanking the wrong person. Of course, I'll thank her too, but she wouldn't have been so dedicated if it weren't for you. His words weren't pleasant, but they were true. He was a rough man, but his mind was sharp. While they were talking, Bian Changxi had already followed Gu Shu with an Jibo into the barracks. This place served as a clinic. Sick and injured soldiers were gathered here. The rooms on both sides were filled with people waiting, or those who had already been treated and were now receiving IV drips or resting. The two large rooms in the middle were the treatment areas. Bian Changxi took a look around. Most of these soldiers were suffering from old ailments. Of course, there were many with missing hands, feet, eyes, or ears. Some had strange diseases, but they were all mild cases. The severe ones had been sent to Jiang City Medical. There were also some with internal injuries that weren't visible on the surface, but as warriors, they were already half crippled. Then there were the recent injuries from the past few days. They had all been hastily treated, and the wounds were in bad shape, requiring major procedures like cutting away flesh and scraping bone. In addition, some had shrapnel or other issues with their bones, nerves, or muscles. A surgeon would perform a simple operation, while a wood element user next to them would stop the bleeding and bandage the wound. Bian Changxi had known the conditions here wouldn't be good, but the scene of injured soldiers clearly not receiving proper medical treatment, wearing tattered clothes, and almost all looking sallow and malnourished, still shocked her. Seeing Gu Shu's tense face, the low pressure around him, and his dark expression, she wisely took an jibo and went to work. The medical staff inside were mostly transferred from Jiang City Medical and all recognized Bian Changxi. Without her needing to say a word, calls for help immediately rang out from all over. Bian Changxi's energy was immense, and she was generous with it. The effects of her treatment were immediate, earning her a wave of praise and gratitude. She quickly understood the situation. The living conditions here had been poor from the start. Apart from the houses that had been built, there was no furniture or supplies. They originally had relatively abundant military supplies, but Hu Aichuan had squandered them all on networking and had even secretly transferred them away. Although these soldiers still had leaders and were organized into groups, without subsidies, their livelihood was a major problem. Unlike ordinary people who brought pots, pans, and daily necessities with them, they lacked everything and basically had to organize themselves to survive. They didn't have any more privileges or advantages than ordinary people and lived quite miserably. When they got injured, their own people would help treat them, but the proportion of ability users was small, and there were very few wood element users. Coupled with a lack of medicine and food, over time, they gradually fell into disarray. Hu Aichuan was also obsessed with face and prevented them from going to the hospital in large numbers. Later, even if he wanted to manage them, he lacked the ability. With internal conflicts and disputes, the lives of these soldiers only got worse. During this period, people had been defecting to Gu Shu one after another, and of course, they had reported the situation. But whether Gu Shu was too busy with other matters, or because his status was unclear, he had ignored this place. Now that he had returned, the terrible state of affairs made him frown deeply. Hu Aichuan was also present today. He had been relegated to the sidelines by Gu Shu. Today was for tidying up the troops and undergoing inspection, so naturally he came. He hadn't expected Gu Shu to provide medical aid before formally taking over the army. Now the problems were exposed. He was smiling obsequiously as he followed Gu Shu to inspect various parts of the camp. After a full tour, he heard Gu Shu's cold, angry rebuke. "This is a disgrace." With a wave of his hand, he ordered those who could be moved to first return to the Jiang City residential area and be temporarily settled. This place was uninhabitable without a thorough reorganization. As for the sick and injured, there were too many of them. It was impossible for them all to flood the hospital, and the impact would be too negative. So they would be treated and recuperate right here. Bian Changxi had just finished clearing the joints of a soldier who was limping severely due to a delayed external injury. She was now facing a soldier whose neck had been knocked crooked by a mutant bear slap, barely avoiding decapitation, and was pondering how to proceed. Just then, the rumbling of a construction team arrived outside. It turned out Gu Shu wanted to start tearing down and rebuilding the camp today. Otherwise, if tens of thousands of people flooded into the civilian residential area, it would be impossible to accommodate them. Staying for a day or two was fine, but a long stay would inevitably lead to disputes. Bian Changxi used up her last green crystal core and winced in pain. Just as lunchtime arrived, she came out rubbing her neck and went to a corner of the simple shed serving as a temporary cafeteria. While searching for food from her farm, she pondered where she could go to exchange for some more crystal cores. She was out of green cores, but she still had plenty of other types. Not to mention the ones she had saved up before, just from her last trip to the Red Sun wholesale market. She had killed so many iron-skinned dogs and obtained a considerable number of Tier 3 and Tier 4 crystal cores, all of which went into her pocket. The bank hadn't opened yet, or else she would have gone to find Chio Feng to exchange them. A boxed lunch was suddenly placed in front of her. She followed the long, slender arm up to Gu Shu's handsome face. After she took the lunchbox, Gu Shu sat down beside her. Immediately, his guard pulled over a makeshift table and placed it in front of them before quickly retreating. The surrounding area was a noisy crowd of people lining up for food, but within a few yards of them, it was very quiet. While tearing the plastic film off the lunchbox, Gu Shu said, "You must be tired. Go back and rest after you finish eating." Seeing Bian Changxi's confused look, he continued, "I didn't think it through earlier. I wanted to handle the basic injuries today, but the situation here is far worse than I anticipated." He looked at the construction team working in the distance, already measuring the geology and land area. He said softly, "Most of the buildings here are uninhabitable. I plan to completely rebuild this place. For the next month or two, it will be under intense construction, and many plans will have to be put on hold. So there's no rush for these injured soldiers. We'll set up a medical department for them to recuperate properly. We just need to leave some medical staff to look after them." Bian Changxi looked at his slightly furrowed brow, thinking that the situation here had truly angered him. Otherwise, with his personality of planning before acting, he wouldn't have changed his plans so abruptly. She thought for a moment. The weather is getting cooler soon. Construction work might be difficult. Besides, you don't plan to stay here for long. There's no need to build it so well. From his tone, it sounded like he was planning a major overhaul. Gu Shu shook his head. "After we leave, the people here will still need to live. It's no loss to build it better. As for the weather..." He thought of the meteorological department's forecast, and his expression grew a bit heavy. "We'll just have to rush the work." Bian Changxi pursed her lips. She couldn't very well say that this place would soon be overrun by zombies after he left. She asked, "Should I take out the steel I have?" During her shopping spree at the wholesale center, she had taken most of the steel, a very considerable amount. "Not for now. I'll ask you for it when I need it." Gu Shu seemed to remember something and said with a smile, "It seems I've always been taking advantage of you, with the supplies and the vegetables. Consider this a small token of compensation." Bian Changxi looked at the black magnetic card he took out. The words VIP identity card were engraved on it, along with a string of raised numbers, much like a supermarket membership card from before. Her eyes lit up. This was a high-level identity credential. These cards came in black and red. The black ones were generally only held by people who had made great contributions to the base or had a very high status. It was an absolute symbol of status, something that couldn't be simply summarized by having many discounts and benefits. The red ones were a tier lower, with fewer privileges. Someone of Chio Feng's level could probably only get a red one. "This is for me?" she asked, her face full of pleasant surprise. Gu Shu hadn't thought much of it, but seeing her rare, vivid expression, he couldn't help but smile. "It's for you. In the future, if you don't want to attract attention, you can still use your previous identity card. When you need to, use this one." For example, if she didn't want to go through the space detection device when entering the base, she could just show this black card. This was obviously what Bian Changxi was thinking of. The space detection device was a definite headache for her. A space whose contents couldn't be detected would make people very curious and wary, leading to much suspicion. Her being a dual-element user was already eye-catching enough. Adding an undetectable space would truly put her in the spotlight. Of course, when Gu Shu led her, or like that day when Chio Feng specifically came to get her, she could be exempt from inspection. But there would definitely be times when she had to enter and exit the base alone. Although she wasn't afraid, being forced to expose this little secret was always uncomfortable. Having received a real benefit, her attitude naturally warmed up. She put the black card away. Did you put a lot of effort into this? Not much. Gu Shu clearly didn't want to elaborate and changed the subject. The batch of firearms stored with you, I need to take out a portion tonight. The base's public auction house is about to open, and I plan to put the weakest ones there. For the rest, I need to assemble a team in the next few days to prepare for going out to hunt monsters. At the mention of hunting monsters, Bian Changxi's eyes lit up, but then she thought of the large number of patients in the hospital and felt a little dejected. Gu Shu couldn't help but chuckle at her expression. He had a plan. There's definitely a shortage of wood element users. When the time comes, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to run around. I wonder if you're willing. How could Bian Changxi not be willing? Compared to dealing with a group of patients, she much preferred going out to happily hunt monsters and level up. She agreed immediately. But this meant her schedule would have to accommodate it, and she would have to find time to go to the hospital. She said, then when I'm busy during the day, I'll go to the hospital at night. Anyway, with the black card, it should be fine to wander around late at night, right? Gu Shu was silent for a moment. Reduce your workload at the hospital. Changxi, you don't have to push yourself so hard. Take appropriate leisure time and focus on improving your ability. The hospital matters are secondary. I'm going to the hospital anyway. Treating 10 people versus 20 doesn't make much of a difference to me. Besides, I plan to properly train a few wood element users. When they can shoulder the responsibility, my task will be lighter. As she spoke, she tilted her head towards the line of people getting food, indicating the exhausted-looking Njibo. He's really a good helper, a promising talent. It's a pity he's not one of our own. Actually, Liang Dizian is also quite good. I saw him at the hospital today. I heard he was the one who stabilized several critically ill patients a few days ago. It's just a pity. When she spoke of Njibo, Gu Shu saw an expression on her face like a landlord exploiting a farmer, pleased and satisfied, with a hint of vindication. But when she mentioned Liang Dizian, her expression became rather strange. Thinking of something, his own face darkened slightly. Liang Dizian is not necessary. There are wood element users with qualifications no worse than his. If you're not satisfied with the people you're currently leading, I'll have them replaced for you. Bian Changxi had originally felt that she didn't like Liang Dizian, her former team leader. Besides, they were rivals in the same field. The man looked at her with disdain and hostility. Now, it could be said that she had squeezed him out of Gu Shu's circle. It would be strange if he didn't hate her. Although he had potential, she couldn't possibly go out of her way to promote him. But seeing Gu Shu's reaction, she was stunned for a moment, and her lips twitched uncharitably, as if she was trying hard not to laugh. Gu Shu was a little helpless. Is it funny? No, Captain Gu's charm is infinite. I'm happy for you. Gu Shu sighed, as if explaining you hadn't arrived back then. Liang Dizian was capable, quick-witted, and had an unfamiliar face, so I brought him along. How could he not know about Liang Dizian's little thoughts? Although he found it quite disgusting and repulsive, he could only tolerate it for the time being. Everything for the greater good. Major General Gu's awareness is beyond ordinary people. Bian Changxi's expression was solemn, but then the corner of her eye twitched. But he left as soon as I arrived. It wasn't you who intentionally pushed him away, was it? Unconsciously, The atmosphere between them had become as harmonious as before. Bian Changxi didn't even realize that she was in the mood to joke around. Gu Shu looked at her smiling face, her dark, fine hair, her soft, bright eyes, her fair skin glowing with a healthy, crystalline light. Her whole being was filled with spirit and a hint of a smile. He gazed at her silently for a couple of moments, a breath of relief quietly escaping him. Composing himself, he looked at the bustling crowd of diners, his voice low but steady and powerful. I rarely interact with girls, so I often don't know what boundaries to maintain. Since we've known each other, I've probably done many disagreeable things. His tone was slightly self-deprecating, but his expression was extremely serious, as if he were making a formal self-criticism. Perhaps my words and actions were sometimes inappropriate, causing you alarm and distress. I apologize for that first. When rumors were spreading outside, I didn't pay much attention, neglecting the fact that as a young woman, you must care about your reputation and modesty. That was also my mistake. But Bian Changxi's breath hitched. Her hand, which was breaking a pair of disposable chopsticks, froze in midair. The chopsticks were half open, forming a V-shape, the slight curve of the wood holding a huge amount of tension. Gu Shu looked at the chopsticks, leaned over slightly, took them with both hands, and gently snapped them apart. With a soft click, all the tension dissipated. But that sound seemed to strike the bottom of Bian Changxi's heart. Her eyes widened, and her heart felt as if it were being squeezed. The sounds of the crowd surged around them, but the air between the two seemed to have frozen. Bian Changxi had never expected him to suddenly bring this up. Was this the prelude to laying everything bare? Her elbow was propped on the edge of the table, and she subconsciously pushed to stand up. But Gu Shu easily clasped her wrist. His grip wasn't strong, yet it was impossible to break free. Bian Changxi stared at his well-proportioned fingers, feeling a little indignant. They were both Tier 3, so why did their strength seem so disparate? But her heart was growing more and more flustered. She had said those things, been so cold, tried so hard to draw a line between them. She had even used the word boyfriend in public, causing him to lose a bit of face. She thought he would be angry, or even if he didn't mind, he should have been tactful enough to pretend nothing had happened. Then they could continue to interact as they always had, as normally as possible. But what was he doing now? Wouldn't it be even more awkward if they laid everything bare? It wouldn't change the outcome anyway. What was the point? Gu Shu looked at her pale face. Whether from anxiety or anger, her cheeks gradually turned crimson and her eyes shone dazzlingly, but she only glared at his hand and refused to look up. He sighed. Her skin was too thin, her defenses too thick. A person who was calm in the face of danger, yet when it came to this, she only knew how to flee. If he were more considerate, he should follow her script and take things slowly. However, he did not like to evade, nor was he willing to retreat. I thought about it all night after I went back yesterday, Gu Shu said. Many of my actions have indeed crossed the line. I didn't think too much about it at the time. I just did what I felt like doing. But your words woke me up. Why did I cross the line? He smiled faintly, but it was a smile Bian Changxi found hard to look at directly. Don't say any more. It's all my fault. I take back what I said yesterday. Gu Shu, however, seemed not to have heard her. I said I see you as a true teammate. Protecting a teammate is naturally one reason. Secondly, you're a girl. Although there shouldn't be gender distinctions in an apocalyptic crisis, he suddenly sighed, as if with great regret. Which bastard came up with that idea? Of course, there's a difference between men and women. In the old days, Western gentlemen practiced ladies first. In times of danger, the elderly, children, and women went first. In our more recent peaceful era, gender equality was advocated. That's because society granted women equal rights and status. But even so, there was still a Women's Day. Women were still the weaker group. You don't have to glare at me, I'm not being sexist. I'm very clear on this point. How could Bian Changxi not glare at him? What on earth was he talking about? Could Gu Shu's thinking be this disjointed? She couldn't keep up with his pace at all. But the tension in her heart did ease slightly. Gu Shu continued, but now the times have changed dramatically. Crisis is everywhere, and one must fight with force to survive. The gap between men and women has widened again. Women are naturally inferior to men in combat ability. For example, we are both Tier 3, but your strength is indeed inferior to mine. You admit this, right? Bian Changxi thought about it blankly and nodded. What are you trying to say? Being long-winded isn't your style. Not to mention that women naturally have certain troubles. So, to say there's no gender distinction is just using the survival crisis as an excuse for men to grandiosely shed their responsibility of caring for women, while women use it as a slogan for self-empowerment. Although inspiring, it's inevitably poignant. So it's perfectly reasonable for me to give you special care and value your life. Bian Changxi grasped the main point and immediately nodded. Right. Very reasonable. You have a strong sense of responsibility. So why are you still holding on to me? Gu Shu sighed. I tried to convince myself of that too, but I found something was not quite right. Then I found a third reason. You are an excellent wood element user. I need a talent like you. Even if you were just an ordinary subordinate, I would do my best to ensure your safety. This is equivalent to an investment. Only if you live and become stronger can I gain more benefits. You are also the savior of Yingzi and Lao Wu. You have done me, Gu Shu, a favor. I should protect you, even at the cost of my life. He had mentioned all the reasons Bian Changxi had analyzed with Chen Yisha. However, I found that it's still more than that. Many people nearby were secretly watching them. One was their top boss, and the other was the legendary wood element user. The two of them sitting together looked quite compatible and harmonious. Although a certain someone had said some things, announcing to everyone that there was no possibility of them developing a relationship, but their expressions seemed a little off. Then everyone saw their boss forcefully grab the girl's hand. Many people's mouths dropped open, their actions frozen. They stopped talking and chewing. Qiao Yun had come with Gu Shu in the morning. He had a lively personality and couldn't handle things on his own, or rather, he was too impatient to manage something alone. He basically just ran errands for Gu Shu and Qiao Feng. Just now, he had gone off with the engineering team to take measurements. He returned, starving, with the person in charge of the engineering team. He just wanted to bring the man to his boss, then grab his own lunchbox and dig in. That lunchbox had been specially prepared by Auntie Zhao, with the freshest green beans and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Wow! Of course, there was also fresh meat. He didn't know how Bian Changxi preserved this meat. Passing by the car, someone told him his lunchbox had been taken by Gu Shu, and Gu Shu was over by the shed. He thought to himself that the boss was really nice today, even getting his food for him. But when he got closer, his eyes widened. His lunchbox had been opened. And eaten. Who was so bold? Then he saw who it was, saw the action between the man and woman's hands, and his mouth fell wide open. His boss was turned sideways, facing that person, his expression calm and normal. But looking at that person's reaction, he must have said something explosive. There's a scandal. Something's happening. He knew it. How could his boss be so cowardly as to not even be able to express his feelings? A raging fire of gossip ignited in his heart. He told the person in charge to wait and tiptoed over. Gu Shu also noticed the situation around them. There was nothing he could do. If possible, he wouldn't want to say these things in such a setting, but the atmosphere was right, and he had no intention of delaying any longer. His dark, deep eyes fixed on Bian Changxi, a soft light swirling within them, reflecting the girl's slightly stunned appearance. His voice was gentle yet firm. Changxi, I have feelings for you. I definitely do. Perhaps because Gu Shu had laid so much groundwork and given so many explanations, Bian Changxi had been led astray, and her emotions were no longer so tense and sharp. She didn't have a very strong reaction, just lowered her eyes. Not necessarily. You yourself listed so many reasons just now. Even if you have feelings, they are based on those factors, not necessarily on me as a person. Gu Shu smiled. Then you tell me, which parts are you and which parts are external conditions? Without you, there would be no reasons I mentioned. Without having done those things, you wouldn't be the you sitting in front of me. The two are not contradictory. Bian Changxi was at a loss for words. I can't out-argue you. You're deceiving yourself. Then what do you want? You have feelings, so what? I have a boyfriend. Bian Changxi's attitude was almost like haggling over a price, as if Gu Shu had scammed her out of a lot of money. Gu Shu felt a wave of helplessness. When she wasn't calm, she was like a bombshell, ready to explode at any moment. When she was calm, she was like this. This personality was indeed a bit unlikable. But he saw the conflict and sorrow in her eyes. Her indifference was just a protective color painted over her helplessness. He had also wondered last night, what was it about her that attracted him? When she was stubborn, she was really a headache, even a bit self-absorbed. So unlovable. This helplessness surfaced slightly on his face. He said, I know. I also know your ex-boyfriend is in M country, and I'm afraid he'll have a hard time returning to his homeland in this lifetime. Bian Changxi trembled slightly. I don't know what you're thinking, and I can't criticize it. Even if you want to waste your life like this, without giving me any chance, I probably can't interfere. But Bian Changxi, you must understand my feelings. He released her hand and stood up. The light in his eyes dissolved completely, as if they had always been this dark and inscrutable. Even the lines of his face became cold and resolute again. In a voice only Bian Changxi could hear, he said, if you want to go back to how things were, fine. If you want to be ordinary superior and subordinate, or ordinary friends, that's fine too. We will go to the capital together. I trust you, and you can rely on me. But if you want to pretend nothing ever happened, if you want to muddle through, that's impossible. Bian Changxi looked up. She didn't quite understand what he meant. This was probably the difference in their personalities. When it came to matters of the heart, Bian Changxi was afraid of change, indulging in past memories. The moment she sensed trouble, she would immediately retract her head and limbs into her turtle shell. She was prepared for the worst-case scenario after being rejected, but she couldn't face the possible negative consequences of change. Gu Shu was different. Before, it seemed like ambiguity, because he himself hadn't thought in that direction. He didn't even know Bian Changxi still had someone in her heart, so he let things take their natural course. He really didn't have the leisure to manage this kind of affair. When Bian Changxi brought it up slightly and then immediately buried it, he was alerted, had a revelation, and then immediately chose to attack. Even if it couldn't be changed, even if it was fraught with difficulties, he had to fight. A man's feelings could be rejected, but they could not be ignored. For Gu Shu, being tactfully rejected before he had even expressed his feelings, and being rejected so ambiguously, was already a considerable failure. But to retreat because of it, to choose to help smooth things over and cover the tracks, that was a matter of character. Of course, he wasn't going to pester her relentlessly. He wasn't capable of that. But it was necessary to make things clear. He sighed softly. Since meeting Bian Changxi, he had lost count of how many times he had sighed. That's all I have to say. Think about it again. If you really can't accept it, I won't pester you, and you don't need to change anything. Your life will continue as it is now. Bian Changxi felt a bit dazed. She walked down the street, Gu Shu's words echoing in her mind. To be honest, she still didn't quite understand. Since he wasn't going to force it, and their relationship wouldn't change, what was the point of him saying all that? Would laying his feelings bare make things less awkward between them in the future? One moment she felt her resolve strengthen, The next she felt even more conflicted. She was still her timid nature was unchangeable. Why couldn't she learn to be as decisive as Gu Shu, who could talk about his feelings with such a flat tone, as if he were giving a report? She patted her cheeks and steadied herself. Since it's all out in the open, let's be frank about it. Although the idea of being friends after failing to be lovers was a myth, times were different. How could she be so melodramatic? Life under Gu Shu was good, and she wouldn't leave this big tree unless she absolutely had to. Looking up, she found herself on Donking Street. Following her memory, she walked forward and arrived at a 2-storefront shop with a sign that read Liu's Tailor Shop. A tailor shop, what a game-like term. She pursed her lips and walked in. Inside the shop, an intellectual and elegant female boss was staring blankly at a piece of fabric. A girl of 17 or 18 was tidying up clothes. The shop was filled with clothes and accessories of strange colors and shapes. She smiled and called out, "Auntie Liu." Liu Xiangjai looked up from the material in her hands. Seeing Bian Changxi, she immediately smiled and stood up. "Changxi, you're here. I heard you weren't feeling well some time ago. It was just hearsay, so I didn't know if it was true. I wanted to visit you, but I can't get into that area." "I'm fine. It's just some people with too much time on their hands who wish ill on others." Liu Xiangjai looked at her and saw that her complexion was indeed excellent, so she was relieved. She said, "I really have to thank you this time. The owner of the handicraft factory personally tested me and referred some business to me. He even helped me rent the space next door to expand the shop. I know they would never have favored me like this if it weren't for you." Liu Xiangjai was genuinely grateful. Seeing this, Bian Changxi was also relieved. She had been worried that this professional woman of high integrity would be displeased that she had pulled strings for her without notice. "That's because Auntie Liu has the skill. I didn't do much." Bian Changxi was serious. Liu Xiangjai was dedicated to researching clothing production and materials, making her the perfect person to create new types of clothing. At that moment, she saw a thick iron-gray cloth in Liu Xiangjai's hands. She took it and found it was soft and light, but had excellent toughness and was very cool to the touch, as if it were softened sheet metal. This was naturally the hide of the iron-skinned dog, which had good defensive properties and could be made into various types of defensive clothing. Currently, the iron-skinned dogs were being secretly dissected at the manual slaughterhouse. The outermost steel-like lumps were sent to LWO Jiuqing's research team. The hide underneath was sent to Liu Xiangjai, and it was still unknown how to handle the remaining meat. Bian Changxi didn't know if it was edible. Then there were the bones, eyes, etc., whose uses still needed to be researched. Seeing her examining it closely, Liu Xiangjai said, "It's difficult for ordinary needles and thread to penetrate and stitch this material. I'm thinking of using thread made from a tough silk grass recently brought in from outside the base, and needles ground from the bones of this dog. Also, although this fabric is soft and tough, it's not comfortable against the skin and needs to be treated." As she spoke, she became lost in her own thoughts again. Bian Changxi didn't disturb her, looked around, and then left. A few shops down was a 3-storefront clothing store on the 2nd floor, with Shu's Garment Workshop written above it. This was the clothing store opened by the Shu family, one of the leading businesses. They sold both normal clothes and new-style clothing. Shu Qingyang was in the store dealing with a few customers. Bian Quang was also there, sitting bored at the counter, polishing a short dagger with a silent expression. Bian Changxi paused for a moment but didn't stop. Further in, the buildings became lower, and the shop partitions and decorations were of poorer quality. The clothes for sale were all pre-apocalypse styles, piled messily in large baskets at the doorways. One Tier 1 white core could buy 5 or 6 sets, very cheap. Bian Changxi squatted down in front of a stall, rummaging through the clothes inside, and said, "Any unusual behavior from her?" The stall owner wore a hat, his dark face slightly lowered. At this moment, he was a little excited. Yesterday, after she came back from somewhere, She had a straight face, a smile that didn't reach her eyes. It was terrifying. Later that night, she went out again. We followed her and found she went to the slums. Then she entered a house. It was over half an hour before someone came out again and went to the class district. We couldn't follow them in, so we don't know what they were doing. But this morning, Chu Yi and the others, including the target, were taken away by Juje Yunma's people. The slums, or more accurately the ghetto, was a nickname for a district in the base. It was where people who couldn't afford to rent a house or make a living gathered. A dozen people would cram into a dilapidated room, or they would simply eat and sleep under the eaves. The entire street was lined with communal sleeping areas, dirty, chaotic, and noisy. As a result, it was a lawless place with all sorts of people, and some would conduct their shady business there. Black market dealings, human trafficking, secret research. Plus, many vicious criminals from before the apocalypse would establish their so-called bases and headquarters there. Bian Changxi's impression of the place was one of utter filth and chaos, although she had spent a few difficult days and nights there in her past life. She slowly sorted through the information she had received. When Mingli had returned from somewhere yesterday afternoon in a terrible mood, then ran off to the chaotic slums. She must have had some wicked idea to discuss with someone. The person she met with could actually enter the class district, which housed the central administrative area and important research institutes. High-ranking officials like Commander-in-Chief Juje Yunma, JGNHWA, and Xu Chang also lived there. The next day, Juje Yunma had Wen Mingli, Chu Yi, and the others taken away. Connecting this to Juje Yunma's plan to research zombies, she could be certain that this matter was, to some extent, aimed at her. And that Wen Mingli was truly suspicious. She tossed a flashy but impractical batwing shirt back into the basket and stood up. "Let's go. No need to stake it out anymore." The dark-faced man looked up and asked, "We're leaving just like that?" The target has already shown her true colors. "We." Bian Changxi waved her hand. "No need. I just wanted to confirm something. I'm not trying to catch a criminal and find evidence." Ever since she learned from Gu Shu that something was off with Wen Mingli, she had thought of secretly having someone monitor her to confirm her suspicions. She didn't have many people she could use, and she didn't want to trouble Gu Shu at the time, so she went to Chen Guanqing and Chu Hao for help. She trusted these two more. The difficulty was that they had entered the base with her and were somewhat recognizable. She had them go undercover, intending to follow up frequently. However, she immediately fell into a deep sleep for 2 whole days while studying control techniques. Then Gu Shu had gathered people she had been close to and whose character she trusted, like Chen Yisha, Lin Rongrong, and Zhang Bubai. Seeing Zhang Bubai, Bian Changxi worried that Chen Guanqing and the other man might have been exposed after 2 days of surveillance, so she had Zhang Bubai replace them and set up a stall here as a vendor. Zhang Bubai also had a group of similarly down-and-out comrades in arms who had been stuck in mediocre positions in the army, repairing vehicles and guarding goods. After Gu Shu promoted him and his life stabilized, he naturally extended a helping hand, gathering a group of people, though not yet a formal organization. The man in front of her with his face painted black was Zhang Bubai, and the we he mentioned were these people. Hearing Bian Changxi's words, he started packing up his things. Just then, Ju Yunhwa emerged from the shop across the street, seeing off 2 customers. When he saw Bian Changxi, he nodded enthusiastically. "Miss Bian, I didn't expect to see you here. Care to come in and sit for a while?" The moment Zhang Bubai saw him, he acted casually, picked up his basket, and walked away as if he didn't know Bian Changxi at all. Bian Changxi smiled faintly. "Just strolling around. I'm about to leave." She glanced up at the shop's name, Yunhwa Weapon Shop, and her lips twitched. A quick look inside revealed that the weapons had a cartoonish, game-like aesthetic, very stylish yet sharp and exquisite. Ju Yunhwa had been in the game industry before the apocalypse. Of course, no one played games anymore, but the designs for characters and weapon equipment were still there. He used them as templates to design weapons that were both practical and beautiful, which were quite popular. He was quite capable. He cooperated with several hunting groups, purchasing materials from mutant beasts to manufacture weapons. He himself would often lead teams out on missions and had made a name for himself. But recently, he had been worried because several hunting groups seemed to be ending their cooperation with him. A type of mutant crocodile had recently appeared. Its hide could be made into leather and protective vests, and its strong, powerful bones could be made into daggers, knives, and even bows and arrows. His employees had even finished the design drafts, but the hunting groups refused to deliver the goods. Instead, they sold them to his rival, a competitor of his company before the apocalypse, who was now copying his ideas here. One type of crocodile didn't matter, but if this continued, his business would surely be crushed. He had many enemies in the business world and couldn't figure out who was behind this. But because he had a good relationship with Bian Changxi before, he indirectly knew Gu Shu, and then he had established a connection with Bian Changxi. His network in the base was considered quite strong, and people were very polite to him. To be suddenly squeezed out, he vaguely felt that this matter was related to the woman in front of him. Bian Changxi, of course, had no idea what he was thinking. She turned to leave, then suddenly asked, "That Mr. Chu Yi who is with you is truly remarkable. Not only has he published several papers, but his inventions alone are of endless benefit. It's only a matter of time before he's recruited into the base's research institute, right? Mr. Zhu will be very fortunate in the future." Zhu Yunhwa was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. A tall tree catches the wind. It's not necessarily a good thing. He thought of how Chu Yi was becoming more and more arrogant, ordering people around and scolding them at will. Even he himself sometimes had to endure his disdain. A wave of irritation rose in his heart. That was his best friend, who had come to rely on him after the apocalypse. They had agreed to build a great enterprise together, and he had always considered him his right-hand man. Unfortunately, people change so easily. Seeing his furrowed brow and downturned lips, Bian Changxi knew he was troubled. She didn't care about that and continued, "I heard Mr. Zhu was the boss of a big company before, quite a young talent. During this disaster, many of your employees followed you. I had a classmate who once mentioned a distant cousin named Zhang Shaoqi, who was an intern at some UNHWA entertainment technology company. I can't remember the company name clearly. Now that I think of it, I wanted to ask Mr. Zhu if there was such a person." Zhu Yunhwa couldn't recall such a person for a moment, then a look of pain appeared on his face. "Yes, there was. Shaoqi was my junior in university. She was interning at my company. Unfortunately, she was scratched by a zombie on the first day of the apocalypse." Bian Changxi raised an eyebrow, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then turned to leave. She thought to herself, as expected, Zhang Shaoqi is dead. In her past life, she had been one of Zhu Yunhwa's favorites because her ability was to sense treasures. Her jade bracelet was probably the first thing Zhang Shaoqi realized was extraordinary. In her past life, Zhang Shaoqi had survived even after she herself had died. This time, she died on the very first day. Not even a ghost would believe there wasn't something fishy going on. She thought it over and over. There was only one possibility. The reborn person had killed her. The reborn person had memories and resources, so they didn't need a treasure-detecting ability user to add unnecessary complications and share the resources. So they simply went all the way and silenced her. She let out a breath. If that person really was Wen Mingli, this woman was truly ruthless. This time, she wasn't going to be passive anymore. She wouldn't be at ease until this Wen Mingli was dealt with. However, she would need Gu Shu's help for this. After turning a corner, she ran into Zhang Bubai again. This time, his basket of clothes was gone, his hat was off, his clothes were changed, and the paint on his face was washed off. But he was naturally dark-skinned, so his face was still quite dark. She teased, "You've become quite clever now. I remember you used to be so dull. How could I not learn to be clever? Major General Gu thinks highly of me. If I still acted like a fool, wouldn't I be slapping him in the face?" He scratched his head with a silly look, a bit embarrassed. "Actually, every day when I go back, everyone analyzes the day's events for me and teaches me how to handle things. If I can't remember, they threaten to beat me up, so my personality was gradually straightened out." Bian Changxi smiled. "Are you familiar with this area? Show me around. I want to rent a storefront." Zhang Bubai nodded and led the way. "Miss Bian wants to do business." Not me. It's for a friend." Leaving Donking Street, there was a commercial trading market, somewhat like the old wet markets. A place the size of a football field was divided into sections, and all sorts of vendors set up stalls according to their designated areas. Buyers would stroll among them, looking for the goods they needed. This market was naturally a step down from the shops on Donking Street. Because the rent here was cheaper, whether for long-term lease or by the hour, the price was lower than for a fixed building. People who wanted to run a small business basically had to come here. As a result, the variety of goods here was very complete. Bian Changxi was immediately interested and walked inside. Zhang Bubai was a little worried. "Miss Bian, this place is a chaotic mix of people. Your status is important." Bian Changxi was helpless. "I'm not important, nor am I delicate. I've been in the base for so many days, and this is the first time I've come to these places." Meaning, don't be a buzzkill. Since noon, she hadn't been able to stay in the military camp. She said she wanted to go back to the villa first, but her mind was in turmoil, so she wanted to get out and walk. Those 2 bodyguards had tried hard to stop her. She had to show them a trick or two to prove she couldn't be easily kidnapped or harmed. Even so, the 2 were still following her from a distance. She felt a little embarrassed. This important person persona didn't seem to suit her. She walked through the market. The variety of things sold here was indeed rich. Watches, Swiss Army knives, shoes and hats, bowls and plates, various useless little trinkets, and even detachable electric fans, bundles of facial tissues and toilet paper, storage cabinets, solar-powered mobile phones and computers, all very cheap. There were fresh post-apocalypse goods, like the meat of a mutant beast that had clearly just been hunted that morning, fresh leather, and people selling 5-colored grass and other plants, shouting that they repelled insects and ants. When Bian Changxi saw a stall filled with small, antique-like trinkets and gadgets, she smiled. That Zhang Shaoqi had loved to browse these stalls. Some old items seemed to mutate as well, becoming treasures. Some, like her jade bracelet, would turn into spatial artifacts under the right conditions. Some had special magnetic properties that would automatically sound an alarm when encountering powerful beasts or plants in the wild. Some would change color when they encountered inedible food, thus helping to screen food. There were all sorts of examples, too many to list.